All right. I'll declare the Budget and Performance Committee meeting open. My name's Councillor Greg Sayers. I'm chairing. Miles Williamson is the chair. He's away today. He's absent. So, just running through the agenda items. Just a reminder too, this is televised, so, it's getting recorded. I think it's live streamed. Yep, it's live streamed. You can just remember to open your sessions inside the Resolve computer system, so you can participate and indicate if you want to speak, and we might need to vote through that system as well. And can you please just ensure your phones are either off or set to silent, please, so there's no interruptions. We do have some apologies. I'll just run through those and then look for a mover and seconder for them. We've got absence today from Councillor Baker and Councillor Williamson. We've got lateness from Councillor Bartley. She's attending a funeral today of one of the people who lost their lives on the bus. And we have early departure requests from Councillor Newman and Councillor Fletcher. Are there any further apologies? There being none, could I ask for a mover for that, please? Yeah, thank you, Councillor Foley, and the seconder. Yeah, thank you, Councillor Hills. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour, say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you very much. So just in terms of those councillors that want to leave early, that's for electronic attendance requests, I'm satisfied under Standing Order 3.55 that they've met the threshold for electronic attendance. So that'll be given for Councillor Newman and for Councillor Fletcher. Thank you. Are there any declarations of interest? There being none, there's no general items. General business. So that brings us on to the first substantial item for the day, and that's the draft Te Puna Maunga Authority Operational Plan. Just run over the purpose of this. Thank you, welcome. The purpose is to consider approval of the draft Te Puna Maunga Authority Operational Plan 2026-2027 and the draft summary of the authority's operational plan, noting that the draft summary must be included in the consultation material for the annual plan for next year. So we have at the table Dominic. You'll be able to introduce yourself, and we have a resolution up there. I'll just get that moved and seconded so it's live so we can speak to it. David, you happy to move it? Yeah. Thank you very much. A seconder? Chris Fletcher, thank you very much. Very good. So welcome, Dominic. You'll just take us through an overview and then happy to take any questions.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Yes, so I'm Dominic Wilson, and beside me is Bijan Ranama. And I'll just make some really key high-level points about this paper. I think it's, obviously this is a step to for you to consider to include the draft plan for consultation, so it's quite an early step. The thing I wanted to point out in terms of the key points is, one, when post-consultation, when the plan is to be approved, it must be agreed by both the Te Puna Maunga Authority and the governing body, Auckland Council. And so that's the requirement for their budget to be agreed. The second thing I wanted to point out about this draft budget, it's been before the Te Puna Maunga Authority who have approved it for consultation. And just wanted to point out that this ops plan sits within the long-term plan budget, which has previously been agreed with Council, and so the authority is always keeping within that budget. I mentioned that this decision is about whether or not to include this material in consultation materials. And I just want to point out in terms of consultation that there are two processes that are carried out. The Auckland Council has its own process in relation to its annual budget, of course, and this is part of that, and it's included as part of that consultation. And then the Te Puna Maunga Authority has its own process as well. I'd say it's a slightly more targeted process in the sense that the authority writes to local board members and people who've expressed strong interest in the Maunga in the past, particularly lessees as well. So that's really all I wanted to say by way of overview, the Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any questions for the officers on this item? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, just regarding the understanding that it's a draft going to consultation, but there are three authority members that are no longer part of our council. Will they need to be replaced prior to consultation? Member Tony Van Tonda, Nick Bakulich and Kieran Leone.
I can respond that I'm pleased to note that actually all the appointments have now been made as of last week, and so the governing body appointed Councillor Turner, Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Filipaina to be the 3 governing body members, and then the governing body delegated to the 8 chairs with Maunga within the areas the power to choose another 3 local board members, and they've chosen Damien Light, Sarah Powery, and John Turner. Yes, that's right. Aroa mai. Kia ora.
Very good. Thank you for the question, that clarification. Are there any further questions? Very not. Okay. I'll put that. It's been moved and seconded. Thank you. Thank you, Ken. So I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Anyone against? I declare that carried. Thank you very much. That brings us on to the next item, 4.2 in your agendas. This is the annual plan local board feedback on the draft mayoral proposal. I was probably a little bit remiss not to wish everybody compliments of the season too. So compliments of the season to you, Your Worship, and Deputy Mayor, to all the councillors, all the local board members, to the staff and all the press who are out here in force today. Compliments of the season to you, gentlemen, and of course to all Aucklanders. So the purpose of this item is to provide an overview of local board input on regional consultation content for the annual plan. Now, I think the officers will, in their brief to us shortly, will talk about the need for quite a tight turnaround. Normally this opportunity for local boards feedback would start much earlier, probably September, October. But because of elections, it was all squeezed up. So there were a number of new local board chairs who were kind of under a lot of pressure to try and get their new local board members together to try and give some feedback on that. So I just want to acknowledge that because it makes it very difficult. So, and they have been able to rise to that challenge. They would have liked more time, but that just wasn't possible just because of the reasons given above. And obviously there'd be more opportunity for those local boards to engage with us as a committee in the new year as we go through those official local board feedback and public consultation feedback processes. So Renee and Phoebe, welcome to the table if you're able to give us an outline and take any questions from us. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. In mid-November, local boards received memos on the proposed changes to targeted rates and fees and charges, and on early guidance to the Mayor proposal for the annual plan. The draft proposal was then released on the 1st of December, and between the 2nd and 4th of December, local boards resolved their feedback on the regional consultation items. When making decisions, the governing body has a statutory obligation to consider the views and preferences of the local boards if the decision affects the local boards or the well-being of the communities in the local board area. Key feedback on the proposal for the annual plan, it was generally supported by the majority of local boards. Local boards' feedback on variable rates on the rest of the proposal and the proposed changes to targeted rates and fees and charges. The full resolutions for each local board have been collated and are attached to the report as attachment A. There was also some advocacy, and key points of advocacy were funding or supporting to deliver improved community facilities, including open spaces, sports fields, libraries, community centres, aquatic centres, sports facilities and recreation spaces, new or continued urban regeneration activities in their area, increased support, advice and options in relation to local board funding. This includes improvement to the funding model, targeted rate and revenue advice. After consultation, the boards will be able to present their feedback into the final annual plan in May. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. So just before we go into questions, I'll just ask, we'll just get the recommendation live. So is there somebody that's happy to move this? Thank you, Matt. A second? Yeah, Deputy Mayor. Thank you very much. So questions, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can you confirm that all local boards supported the 7.9% rates rise?
Sorry, so 18 local boards provided feedback on this, and 14 of those local boards expressed support or general support for the proposal.
Thank you. Are there any? Lotto? Thank you. Councillor Foley.
Kia ora,
I read them
thanks.
lot, they all did.
Yeah,
I
obviously
read all of those, they all supported 7.9%.
Sorry, I think some also supported with additional conditions and wanted reviews of further parts of the proposal, including the
We'll come to the
universal-
comments. We'll come to the comment section, Your Worship. But I was fielding a question from Councillor Foley. Thank you, Councillor.
Yeah, kia ora, sorry folks. Thanks staff for your work, and I know it's 21 local boards, so it's very difficult to collate it all, and I certainly found reading through all of them, it was difficult to get a sense of any kind of unanimous feeling across all the 21 local boards. But could you just talk a little bit more about that? Were there any patterns that you saw around things like the fairer funding model and the shortfalls, for example? And you did mention swimming pools and those facilities were an item that was raised across several local boards. So if you could just talk about that a little bit more in more detail. Thank you.
Yeah, talking, relating back to the chair's conversation about the boards being really short of time, I think that there was less a unified message than we would have in previous years. So for the local board funding, the majority of local boards did feedback on this. It was quite different feedback for each board depending on their own situation. In terms of the advocacy, there were multiple local boards, particularly in the west, that talked about the pool facilities, but across the region of Auckland, there were different boards talking about different kinds of facilities, so sporting facilities as well as pools, and some talking about their libraries as well.
Kia ora, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gillen.
Thank you. I was just wondering if you could tell me, were there any changes made to the mural proposal or anything in front of us due to the feedback that we received from local boards?
Sorry, could you repeat your question?
Have there been any changes made to the proposal due to the feedback that we have received from local boards?
Sorry, I don't have that information on me at the moment. I haven't had a chance to have a look at the updated mayoral proposal.
Okay. Then can you just confirm to me, so according to the report, 14 of the local boards supported the additional $6 million for fairer funding, and then a further 4 support extending that to all the local boards that have been affected, is that right?
I think in terms of the draft mayoral proposal, it wasn't clear that there would be an additional $6 million support the local boards, but that there would be a solution that we continue looking through the rest of the year leading up to the approval of the annual plan for solutions to close the gap. But those numbers were in support of that proposal.
Just a moment. All right, Councillor, I was just getting advice from Mayoral Officer about if they made any modifications, and Tamsin will speak to that when she comes to the table for you. Okay, thank you. I've got Councillor Turner followed by Councillor Burns. So, Councillor.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I think my question would be best now in the next item. Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you. Councillor Burns.
Just a clarification question on the supporting the 7.9. I think the confusion is supporting it going to consultation and then supporting it. So I think what the Mayor's saying is that they all supported it going to consultation. Is that correct? Because for the local board, they supported it going to consultation. They didn't say they supported it. They said they supported it going to consultation. That's the most important part. So that's just the
That's
clarification.
correct. And in terms of the report that went to the local boards to ask for their feedback, it is for all of the items to go for consultation rather than their decision once consultation has been completed.
Oh, thank you for that clarifications. Next, Member Taiperi.
Kia ora koutou. Just in terms of the Māori impact statement, in particular, paragraph 95, kind of wouldn't mind finding out what that actually means. But the question that goes with that is that any alignment to the schedule of issues of significance that our haukura presents to the council?
As this is a procedural report and the decisions are on the Budget and Performance Committee, the Māori outcomes and Māori impact statement are more related to the decisions that are made by the committee today, where the feedback from the local boards are related to the Mayor's proposal and the proposal on the fees and charges and rates. And therefore, the substantive advice on the Māori impact statement will be on the decisions made today.
So when it says that the annual plan, including local board agreements, are important tools that enable and can demonstrate the council's responsiveness to Māori, what does that actually mean? I mean, what I think you just said is not really applicable here. It's more into the wider budget. Is that correct? The Mayor's proposal.
So the local boards are at the same meeting in the start of December also adopted their local consultation content, which includes the consultation material for their local board agreements, which is the local material. And in that report, that's when they will be able to resolve on their activities that will support Māori outcomes.
Thank you for the question. Have Councillor Henderson.
Thank you. Just really a very tiny thing, a slight clarification on 91. Just noting Henderson Massey also advocated for new or continuing urban region activities, and they're not listed there. Just want to make sure that's nice and clear. Cool. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Sorry, we must have missed that.
Thanks, Shane. Okay, are there any further questions? Yes, thank you, Councillor Watson.
Apologies for lateness. Mr Chair, been sitting out in the harbour there for about an hour with a bloody big cruise boats. But my question goes to the local board feedback with respect of the asset sales, but particularly reserves. There is a commentary here from the Howick local board in terms of the potential sale of residential reserves, which hold a vital role in the livability of the public. And then that's a theme along a slightly different line that's picked up by the Kaipatiki local board, concerned about proposals to rezone reserves with the intention of enabling asset sales. So my question was, given how little we know about this proposal other than sort of vague references to rezoning reserves and disposing of reserves, and I think in one example out in the southeast, what sort of detail were local boards given in respect of those proposals and the the mayoral statement, like beyond that kind of vague general statement of intent? Or what details were they given to actually inform them? Because it surprises me there's not more local boards that are picking up on the concerns that those two local boards have articulated.
As part of this, as part of the report that went to local boards, the attachments were the draft mayoral proposal and the staff advice related to that, and that was the advice that they were given in this instance.
Okay, so I saw the mayoral proposal. That wasn't too illuminating. It's a general proposal. It doesn't get down into detail. As far as the staff advice goes, were they given any examples, for instance, of such type reserves in their own area that might fall under the auspices of this proposal?
I would have to defer to the staff that gave that advice, unfortunately.
Okay. So, Mr. Chair, I mean, especially in light of the huge intensification that's envisaged via this plan change and the pivotal role of reserves in terms of providing open space and all the benefits that go with that. I'm just curious to know what will be the explanatory notes or the follow-up in the consultation material. Are we going to have examples, or are we just going to fly on the one reference to an apparently lowly used reserve out in Te Papapa? So to make it a meaningful understanding what it might mean for every local board area, are there going to be examples of the types of reserve disposal that's envisaged under this?
Thanks, Councillor. I forgot the gist of your question there. Thank you. All right, John. So the Chief of Staff from the Mayoral Office will speak to that when she comes up to the table to answer your question for you. Thank you. Thank you for the question. And a further question, Councillor Newman, is that? Yep.
Was following on from that, I had a suggestion as to the way forward, because I harbour the same concerns, but I think that I was going to ask if there was consideration to an explanatory note to explain that these would need to be non-operational land parcels that have formally been identified as locations that are no longer required for the network. But if Tamsin's going to be available, I'll ask questions of her at that time.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor, for that. I think that's probably appropriate in the next item. Are there any further questions? If not, it's been moved and seconded. I'll just, look, thank you very much for correlating all the information from those local boards, a big task in a short time frame, and thank you for answering our questions. I'll open it up for general debate now. So, would anybody like to comment or debate the item? Yep, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. John, with respect to that, I know local boards have been going through an exercise, or the Manarewa local board, over the last 12 months within an optimisation plan, identifying low use or land parcels that are no good for use. If they do go up for optimisation, they do need that reserve status reversed, and I would suggest that, or hope that local boards are very well aware of what's being presented. They do have opportunities to go through and suggest that, but some of the areas of land that I've seen presented in the Manarewa local board area, for instance, are only relevant for neighbouring properties, no entrance and exit for pedestrians and things like that. So they're very unique parcels of land and specific to each local board, but it does have to get that reserve undone in the process to be able to optimise that.
Thank you. Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the back of Councillor Winiata, I too harbour concerns about this recycling of land when it comes to our reserves, etc. I keep harping on here about a scout camp, scout den that's all boarded up that could be sold. And so I reached out to staff, you know, to find that it's on council land, but the building was built by the scout group who have gone fut and disappeared. And so the point I'm trying to make is we've got to come up with some sort of process of getting through the complications around all this stuff in a manner that we can actually do some activation, which is easy to explain and justify.
Yeah, thank you. Those comments were heard, councillor. Just check for you, for the Chief Executive. Any further comments? There being none, okay, welcome, Mike. There being none, I'll put the motion. All those in favour?
My apologies for lateness, Mr Chair. The ferry was held up by a cruise ship berthing. The 3 cruise ships in the harbour. A gentleman complained to me about it, one of the passengers, and I thought, well, you know, worse things happen at sea. But then halfway up, I looked at the time and realised it was going to be quite late. And the person who complained to me had his worries, but actually I've got somebody logging me when I come in late. So I'm actually in a worse situation. Thank you.
All right, thank you, councillor. And you weren't the only ferry user today that was held up as well. But okay, look, I was just putting that motion. I was just about to call for all those in favour, please to say aye. Aye. Any against? Any abstentions? I declare that motion carried. Thank you. Now we'll move on to the next item, 4.3, which is the mayoral proposal. Basically what we're looking for in this item is putting this mayoral proposal out for public consultation so your constituents can give you and your local board members some feedback. So the purpose is to present the mayoral proposal for the annual plan 2026-27 and seek decisions from the Budget and Performance Committee to progress key elements requiring resolution at this stage of the annual plan process. I'll hand over to His Worship to introduce this item, and then I understand we'll move on to the Chief of Staff for further comments. So, Your Worship, your proposal, your comments are very welcome. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much for that. In line with my statutory role to lead out on all plans and strategy, this mayoral proposal sets out my direction and expectations in this annual plan, a lot of which was consulted upon last year for the long-term plan, which is where we came up with a 7.9%. So it's nothing fresh. It's not surprising that all of the local boards actually said they support it going out for consultation. We're also at the beginning of a term, so I've included my views and direction on other issues we'll be managing throughout the term. I'm hoping that this document will inform the way we approach next year, particularly with our preparation and the run-up to one more long-term plan in the future. This mayoral proposal has been refined from the draft workshop, but it has no major changes to the final version. In February 24, we consulted at length with the public on our current long-term plan. This included financial settings for this year and our planned investment, and we approved that plan. And for those that weren't here, we offered the option of do less and pay less, do more and pay more, or do a middle and pay a little bit more. And it was do a bit more and pay a little bit more was easily the most popular. Consultation on any plan is usually because we're deviating from what we agreed to, but in the past we've had huge operating deficits to fill and asked communities for their views on rate increases above what was agreed or service cuts below what was planned, and the feedback was something along the lines of what we've got now. But this year, while there's some pressure to manage, we're actually in a good position. Yes, we have large rates increase, larger than most of us would want, but still smaller than almost everybody else in New Zealand had last year anyhow. Without it, we'll have a very expensive train set and no drivers to run it. The investment in the CRL limits our ability to shift from that. However, the investment will also provide huge benefit to the region, and we just need to get on with things. So I'm proposing we stick to what we agreed with and what we consulted on. The other big issue I'd like to get on is with the transport reform. In my proposal, I'm planning that tomorrow we make in-principle decisions on the functions that will be retained by the new public transport CCO. This will free us to get to grips with the big meaty issue of becoming a road controlling authority like every other council. The other parts of the mayoral proposal set out further direction on the second phase of CCO reform and seeks advice from staff to inform the next long-term plan. Before I hand over to Tam, there's a series of little things which are going to be shown up. And when I've gone through those, under the integrating the transport functions left over that we will start to deliver, basically we've got, and to sum it up, we've just got to stop doing dumb stuff that annoys Aucklanders and listen to the city. In terms of property, and we've already had that discussed, property, money is land. And we've got to learn to think about it that way. It's not necessarily sacred cows. We need to understand the rules. Our property department have been engaging in needless resource consents. We need a commercial model that allows us so that we know when council they tell council when they're doing things which are important. Nobody in the room here had any say in the North Wharf sale at Viaduct Harbour, which I found out about in the newspaper and was horrified by that deal. There are way too many players in our property thing. I looked out the window there at the Viaducts Events Centre, right in the middle of downtown there, with a good acre of tar seal around it, which is never used. And I'm thinking, why can't we park there when it's not used? Why is it not used? So I looked up at that. We've got the Auckland Urban Design Office has a say. We have Tartakis have a say. Auckland Transport has a say. Auckland Events have a say. The property sector have a say. And the car parking is in control of whom? We don't know. So it needs to be drastically simplified so we understand our property, and I believe the Chief Executive is getting on with that. I just want to highlight that's an area in which I will be concentrating a lot. Over to you, Tam.
All right, Tamsin, just before we do that, I might ask the Mayor if he'd like to move his proposal.
I'd like to move it. I was one asked little thing I did under economic development. There's a list of things there. Use the Southern Link is one of the things. We've now got a huge Southern Link, which offers the opportunity for a massive increase in the value and GDP of our city, which I visited recently. And whilst I was visiting there, the government was opening a shop, just to compare the general importance of things. Yes, I'll move that we, under the recommendations, which is quite a long series of recommendations, but I'll move those, and the Deputy Mayor, I hope, will second them, and she does. Thank you very much for that.
Moved by the Mayor, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Thank you for that. I'll go to the questions now through you, Tamsin. Also, it's normal protocol if questions can be directed to me, to you, Your Worship, if you'd like to answer your questions as well.
I'll accept that.
Okay, thank you.
Cool. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mayor. So, good morning, committee members. And before I run through the decisions that you're being asked to make here, I just wanted to address some of the earlier points that were made in the previous item. So in terms of local board feedback, that is provided to you today in support of your decision making and your consideration for this item. So that is the mayoral proposal. So when considering the recommendations up in front of you, it's important to consider also and balance out the views of the local board feedback that you have received. In terms of where we have updated the mayoral proposal in response, that was largely integrated early on in response to concerns that were raised directly with us and through yourselves around the transition to fairer funding and the operating pressures that some local boards were facing. So the proposal is a request for staff to keep working with local boards to find appropriate solutions, for the option to remain open to manage it centrally, but with the expectation that hard work continues at that local board level to find efficiencies and to close that gap. We have also asked for advice to support any necessary adjustments to the model as part of your discussions for the next long-term plan. In terms of the Reserves Act comments, so we have taken out reference to the Reserves Act in the final mayoral proposal in response to feedback that we received through the workshop. So rather we've gone with a more broader ask for staff, and that is to review the overall portfolio, to look at the current use and the returns that the assets in that portfolio provide, and to come back to us with a view to find a more efficient process here, and to be able to give local boards, again, more options to consider assets that sit within their delegation. What we're expecting, and to Councillor Turner and Councillor Winiata's earlier points, we want this process to be more streamlined and more easy to navigate, so that when decisions, when local boards in particular want to make decisions around their assets, that we enable them to do so. So it just means being more efficient and effective with the process, and that's what we're looking for, and of course the overall portfolio. Now I'm going to briefly run through the decisions you're being asked to make today. So the first three are your standard procedural ones that allow staff to prepare consultation in line with the decisions that you make today. This includes agreeing an approach to managing local board funding pressures, as I've just discussed. The first set of transport reform decisions relate to the overall policy objectives that should be resultant of any functional split and further planning. So these relate to the setup of an effective PT entity that delivers excellent and safe service from day one, better delivery of transport infrastructure that considers network-wide impacts, cost and public acceptance, integration between land use and transport planning, and a mature partnership with government that is focused on delivering a 30-year integrated transport plan and improved funding certainty for Auckland. The next decisions relate to the functional split for the new PT Transport CCO. So when we've determined the functions of the new public transport CCO, we have focused on what functions are required to deliver that first policy objective, which is, of course, an efficient, effective, safe services from day one. We have been guided by both council staff advice and advice that we have received from Auckland Transport and recently from Auckland Transport's board. There is a high degree of consistency between this advice, which shows that the process around the collaboration and coordination between AT and Auckland Council is working well. So the key functions in the recs relate to management of contracts and oversight of day-to-day public transport operations, public transport service route planning, responsibility for successful delivery of the CRL, control and operation of PT assets such as rail and bus stations, minor PT capital works, including, for example, bus operational improvements and customer information upgrades, oversight of both operator safety and safety on board public transport services, PT-specific technology support, customer services customer service functions that relate to public transport services, and minimal corporate support for the Transport CCO, with corporate functions delivered through group shared services or Auckland Council where appropriate. So these decisions are, of course, all subject to any changes made to the bill between now and its enactment, and further related decisions that you make or procedural requirements. In addition to these, there will be minor areas that we have not covered. This detail will come to you later, and you will be asked to make further decisions around delegation once the bill has passed. But what we're trying to do here today is give Auckland Transport staff certainty and allow detailed organisational design to continue. It's also important to remember that in addition to the usual statement of intent process, Council will have a much greater control of public transport in future, with the regional public transport plan sitting with the Council. This will allow you to provide much greater policy direction to the Transport CCO over matters including route planning and fare policy. The final recommendations in the report call out the importance of the transition not disrupting the delivery of CRL, and that all other functions that we have not outlined are integrated into Auckland Council, and a request that staff prepare the transition plan in line with the decisions you make today. All other recommendations under the Other Matters title relate to further direction and requests for advice and information around the next phase of CCO reform, and in particular to support decisions and discussions that you will have next year. Thank you, Chair. Happy to take any questions.
Very good, well done. It's very helpful summary there. Thank you very much for that. Okay, look, so there may well be some questions about this, so I'll open up for questions. So I've got a list just formulating here. Councillor Foley, Councillor Fletcher, followed by Councillor Turner, followed by Councillor Filipina at the moment, followed by Councillor Henderson. Very good. So, who did I say first? Foley. Oh, here you go, lovely.
Kia ora. Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Tamsin. My question is, because I think there was a bit of an expectation built up for local boards that we were going to cover the shortfall. I'm talking directly about the $6 million shortfall for the 7 local boards, and perhaps there's also some discussion about the $15 million shortfall as well. Point blank, this is not saying we're going to cover it. The proposal is that local boards continue to look at their services and charge fees for, increase their fees or introduce a targeted rate, etc., etc. That's what's being proposed here, correct?
Thanks for the chair. Thanks for the question, Councillor Foley, through the chair. Yes and no. So what we're saying is that we want local boards to continue that work, and where it's fiscally prudent and appropriate to do so, they continue to look at, increasing fees and charges, looking at efficiencies that they can find. What we're saying is we don't believe that that $6 million in particular is worth going out to consult on drastic service cuts. We think that there is a way through this, noting that the transition to fairer funding probably hasn't provided us what we expected it to, and that we need to take, I guess, a long-term view through the long-term plan to fix it, but that this should be an interim approach, not something that, where we expect local boards to be introducing cuts that would be untenable.
Okay, but to be clear, we're not proposing that we're going to cover the $6 million. We, the governing body, I'm talking about.
What we're saying is, and I discussed this at the workshop, is that in my discussions with both the CEO and the CFO, we believe that if the $6 million isn't completely covered by local boards, that there will be a way to cover it centrally. But obviously that's kind of the last stop. We would want to make sure that local boards are doing their bit before we get to that stage.
Okay, kia ora. Thanks. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fletcher.
Oh, thank you, Chair. My question relates to the fact that at the time of the LTP, I don't think anyone anticipated the duration of this cost of living crisis and the pressure and anxiety that many families are feeling that they're under. So in terms of just rolling over, because it was in the LTP, was there in the preparation of this proposal any consideration given to looking at that assumption of the 7.9?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Fletcher, through the chair. I think that the Mayor in particular is very cognisant of this being an increase larger than anyone would like. Our ability, though, to be able to lower that without jeopardising the CRL is almost impossible. So that 7.9% is that increase above the 3.5 is pretty much all CRL operational costs. So that is why the number is what it is. I think what we can do, though, recognising your comments, is look to provide some really good messaging around why the 7.9% is what it is in the consultation material, and to make sure that we're providing the relevant communications around all of the mechanisms people have to help with rates payments if they are struggling.
Yes, because it goes beyond just explaining it, and it would be helpful to have a real breakdown on those operational costs for the CRL, because I think the 7.9 is going to be for some a real struggle this particular year. and I, for one, am very committed to finding non-rates revenue. Was there further consideration given to other non-rates revenue in the proposal? Like, to what degree has this information had the deep dive prior to, I mean, I'm very keen that we go up for consultation and we hear from the public, but it does strike me that this is going to be a big call for many people.
Thanks, Councillor Fletcher. I think the expectation is that staff would continue through this process to look at and to find as much non-rates revenue as possible that we can do without consulting with the public. I think for now that the proposal is what it is, and we are 6 weeks into the new term, so it's based on the advice that we have received and staff have been able to provide to us. But it's also very much in line with the third year of the long-term plan. But yes, I think the expectation is that we would continue to do all we can to find non-rates revenue to be able to give us flexibility at the other side of the process.
Chair, I'm aware that I may not be here. I might be online. So I just want to foreshadow that I would prefer, noting the key settings under 11, I just want to foreshadow that I will abstain on A because I have got real concern over the 7.9. So, and I also am reflecting the concerns that were expressed to me by the Puki Tāpapa local board. We're all in favour of consultation, but it's what stands behind that and the concerns that people have. So, but thank you for the work, Tamsin.
Okay, noted, Councillor. Councillor Turner.
Thank you very much. As I read through it all and was looking at all the figures, and I'm mainly talking about the smaller stuff like the 6 million here and the 10 million there and the bits and pieces we're trying to struggle with, I kept thinking about the 23 storm damage insurance claim of $140 million, which we haven't been paid yet. I've asked the question, had no reply. Watercare is $30 million of that claim. They've only had 1.2 million paid out so far. How are we covering that? Where does that fit in?
I might hand that over to our CFO.
Yes, the team are just looking at the details of where that sits in the budget. So yes, there's a chunk of money of insurance proceeds, which I understand the question relates to. So that was in the budget. There has been timing changes. There have been delays in progressing insurance claims, particularly around Watercare's insurance claims. That is still in the budget. It's all factored in. It'll just be a bit delayed. So we treat that as a capital receipt. It offsets debt. There's still uncertainty about exactly when the proceeds will come in and the exact quantum, but it's still been working through the process.
Sorry, so it's been replaced with debt, has it? It's been covered by debt.
The intention was that it would always, when it came in, it would offset debt. We don't use it to pay for services. We use the insurance proceeds to help pay for the assets. So we've borrowed to pay for repairing some assets. When the debt comes in, it reduces the debt. So it's paying off assets. It's not funding day-to-day services. So it's still in the budget, but there is a timing difference. To the extent that it's delayed, it's not great because there's additional interest costs, but we are still expecting to receive those insurance proceeds. It's just a question of exactly when.
So in a domestic sort of term, we're talking about bridging finance, which sort of, my point I'm trying to make is that, we've got a $6 million problem there just with local boards with fair funding. And I will ask the question offline again later to have a breakdown of where we're going with that insurance, why it's taken so long and all that sort of stuff. Thank you.
Yes, we can give you a full breakdown of the insurance stuff. We'd have to do that in a confidential setting.
Thank you for your vigilance, Councillor, about financial prudence there. Councillor Filipina.
Atamari he mana, atamari koutou, atamari korua, member haukura, tēnā ko korua. Morena Tamsin, my question is based on 12, which is in the report, and that is the 7.9% average residential rates for the annual plan. Plus, so my question is, Tamsin, when we look at the chart under number 12, and we've got from year 28 through to year 34. Obviously, there's long-term rates limit of inflation plus 1.5. How do we address that if we end up having the budget risks that have been identified? Or was that question through to our CFO? CFO, or yours?
Yeah, I think that one, I'll hand it to Ross.
Sorry, can you just repeat that question? What?
If you have a look at 12, we've got the 7.9% around the mayoral proposal. The chart below that identifies from year 28 through to 34 that we have long-term rates limit of inflation plus 1.5%. If we have the budget, which would have been identified of at least $50 million, how we are going to address that in the upcoming years? Will that be addressed, obviously, with the next LTP and next annual plan discussions?
So there's a 50 million gap to be resolved through this budget process. We think there's a range of levers and we'll be able to work through that. So we don't think that means we'll need to change those long-term financial plan projections. You're quite right, the long-term plan has projections of inflation which is based around a long-term 2% rate being the midpoint of the Reserve Bank band plus 1.5%, so that's a 3.5% long-term rates increase is our projection, and that's what is funding the current plan. There's lots of risks around that. That will be a key thing you'd look at through the long-term plan. We don't think this 50 million challenge creates a huge problem for that. Although that said, it is important that we don't just look at too many one-off mitigations to resolve the 50 million. We need to find sustainable solutions in terms of revenue and managing the cost base down. If we do too many one-off solutions, then that all builds up to a problem and becomes a challenge. So we think it's manageable, provided we deal with the current challenges in front of us in a sustainable way.
Kia ora. He mana got another partai to the CEO, and that is in regards to 13, the sets out savings targets. I know earlier this year, Phil, you ended up mentioning that you need to have a serious conversation with the governing body. And I'm assuming it'll start here at the Budget Committee. So when will that serious conversation happen in regards to the ongoing savings that I know are going to have an impact? When is that serious conversation going to happen that you identified when we compound every time, but we've got another this year, we've got savings on top? Kilda.
I think in this picks up on Ross's point. I think things are shaping towards that discussion being an LTP one next year, to be honest. We're doing pretty well on the savings front. Okay, the progress this year in terms of the target's good. That gives me a degree of confidence in terms of where I think this discussion around the 6 million is heading and the way that the sentiments framed in the mayoral proposal. We do have quite a big challenge there, and I've said that to you quite clearly, and we've got to find, to Ross's point, we've got to find sustainable savings that carry on year after year, not just sort of one-offs, but I can cope with it better if I've got an understanding with you that we've got flexibility to keep the screws down in the event that the end of year financial position's in jeopardy. So, I'm feeling okay given how well we're doing at the moment, and that includes both the cost saving side, but also, to an earlier question, the revenue side.
Kia ora. And last one, He mana. I think it's to you. Sorry, Tamsin, for leaving you out. But this is to you, Ross. Again, it's on the budget risks. And my concern is reading, staff advised that they are working hard to mitigate the budget gap without material changes to service levels. You did have a follow-up on the report saying that it'll be reported to the budget and value for money. Has there been any indication, or will that come through to those two committees, around the type of service level cuts that may end up happening?
No, there's been no plans or particular service cuts that we're looking to bring forward to committees at this stage. I think it's just as Phil's talked about, we need to find sustainable ways to manage costs down, increase non-rates revenue, and find ways. If we can't make that work, then we have to look at how much we spend in services. So there's nothing in particular we're looking at the moment. There's always minor things at the margins, but there are no significant service cuts that we're looking to bring committees in the near future. They may be things that we have to get into in the long-term plan as part of the broader longer-term budget discussions at that point, but nothing imminent.
Tēnā koe. Tēnā koe he mana.
Thank you, Councillor. Just for everyone's reference, the speaking order is Councillor Ferry, then Henderson, then Councillor Newman, then Councillor Gillan. So, Councillor Ferry.
Kia ora. To that end, Chair, do you mind coming back to me? I'm just trying to check something so I ask the right question. Thanks. Sorry, I just asked if you could skip over me and come back to me because I'm just trying to check something to make sure my question is right. Thanks.
No trouble. No trouble. Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, and I should thank Councillor Ferry as well. When I heard that list, I thought, I've got a little more time to craft the questions. We'll see how we go. I've got a bunch of them. Brownies Pools, absolutely fantastic initiative I was there yesterday, and it was just absolutely heaving. Could I just ask advice on the selection criteria for further pools?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Henderson, through you, Chair. So what we've asked for is a really, I guess, a broad assessment of the options available and trying to be as regionally focused as possible. So looking not just in the central, around the central isthmus, but north, south, east, west. And what we want in the advice is a range of options in terms of the much lower cost options where you have existing infrastructure, all the way through to some of the marinas, other areas that might not have infrastructure, just in terms of understanding the cost and the benefit to the communities. But in short, we want a nice broad range of options to consider through the long-term plan.
Thank you. I note there's a section here on active city-to-city trading links, which is another excellent area that we should be focusing on, but this might need resourcing. So are we considering resourcing and staff levels for our sister-city partnerships work?
I'm not intending to make any changes at this point unless there's a material change in the program, but we can work with the Mayor's office if there's an ambition in that regard.
Thank you. Moving on to one of the biggest items since 2010, public transport and transport reforms. Just having a look at the list of functions included, and I think it's a fantastic list. But I'm just wondering, given this is a vote to consultation, whether this is considered a final list or whether we're going to be looking at continuing to work around the edges to refine it.
Yeah, thank you, through the Chair. So, as I mentioned in my introduction, this list is meant to provide, a certain degree of certainty to our Auckland Transport staff in terms of getting on with the organisational design that will be required for the PT entity, and for us, or for you as a group, to be able to then focus on all of the other functions coming into council and becoming their RCA. What I tried to mention earlier was that these decisions are, of course, still subject to changes that are made to the bill. So if there were changes that we needed to respond to between now and the enactment of the bill, we would have to bring something back to you for a further decision. But if these recommendations, if you decide to accept these recommendations, if they remain in line with the bill, we will continue on. And then, of course, there are small areas that we haven't called out in the bill that will require further coordination and discussion between council staff and the PT entity, or Auckland Transport. But this will hopefully be enough to inform both the transition plan and org design.
Excellent, thank you. I've got three more, but they're all really short. Will we receive advice on regionally governing pool facilities as part of this process, or will it be an LTP issue?
LTP.
You might have answered the next two as well. But looking ahead section here, we've got the advice on UAGC coming for LTP. Will we also be requesting advice on going to land value rating?
Yeah, we are open to all discussions around financial policy through the long-term plan, including both UAGC and land value.
And last one, might be an LTP thing as well, but homelessness activity funding. Always needed, always something we should be reviewing. Will we be getting advice on reviewing those levels of funding as part of this plan, or will it be an LTP issue?
Through the chair, so in terms of the homelessness issue, we've recently come out with the city centre action plan, which agrees some fairly operational but important initiatives between Crown entities and Auckland Council. To ensure that we are addressing the issue. Aside from that and the budget that is associated with that, there is no kind of additional ask through this plan. However, if you want advice to come to you through the long-term plan, that is absolutely something that we can do.
Excellent. Hey, thank you so much for that. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ferry, thank you.
Kia ora, thank you. And I've worked out I don't need to ask that question, so bonus. So my first question was around the fair funding, which obviously is being raised a bit. I guess I just don't want to cut off any options in the way that we frame this. And so is it, because so I'm trying to think about how to, my question wasn't about this. My question was that I was researching was about something else. So just to be clear, is there, if we did a regional targeted rate or a rates increase, those are really the only options to close that gap without, if we did the full 15 million, is that fair? There's not, or a rates option. Is there, I mean, if we're talking about 6 million, that becomes more viable. But if we were talking about the full 15...
Through the chair, yeah, the full 15 is a different conversation.
Yeah.
And yeah, you've got essentially service reduction,
yep,
savings and efficiencies, which at 15 it kind of changes the conversation and rates.
Yeah. Okay.
Unless the CFO wants to add anything.
I think that those are your options. If there's a significant operating gap, it's either raise revenue or cut costs are the way to do that. So it could be rates or non-rates revenue or finding some other services. Given the other, there's the other pressures, the 50 million, the 15 million starts to become quite large. Other options such as use of debt, we wouldn't support use of debt. The financial strategy or financial policies that are in the LTP talk about using debt to fund capex and not using debt to fund operating costs. So,
right.
So it's really those operating levers are the right kind of responses.
Okay, and the advice is that 15 is too big to cover through savings. Is that correct?
Yeah, the 15, I guess, to clarify why we've focused on the 6.
Yep.
We've focused on the 6 because that operating cost relates to those boards that have received little to no operating increase in terms of their budgets. The 15 is obviously over double and becomes a much different conversation for us, or at least in terms of the mayoral proposal.
Yeah. Okay. So a couple of other questions. One issue around the CRL OPEX, and my understanding was that we had some breakdowns of that. Perhaps that was at the end of last term, so perhaps we need to have that recirculated. But obviously the timing of the CRL opening has a bearing here. This is not a Trojan horse to try and flush out the exact date of the opening. But the later it opens, the later we start to have an OPEX cost here. So what happens if it opens later than we had anticipated for in a budgetary sense?
I think maybe we might get one of our finance team to respond to the second part. In terms of the cost, so the operating costs for CRL are 235 million per year.
Yep.
26 million net operating cost for AT to run the additional stations and services, and then interest of 167 million and depreciation of 42 million.
Yep.
So that's the breakdown.
So the breakdown has been provided,
So,
thank
but
you.
to Ross for the second part.
Yes, so the breakdown has been provided, and just to be very clear, there's two parts to the operating cost. There's the running costs of running trains and maintenance and all those things, but there's also the ownership cost. That's covering the interest and depreciation once the project goes live. In terms of the timing, so what's needed is because we've got all these additional ongoing costs and they will occur year after year, we need to lift revenue to cover those costs, and we need to do that in a sort of permanent way. So it means, there has to be a rates increase of around that 7.9. The timing of when we do that, if things are delayed, it might be delayed a little bit, but it does mean that we still need to proceed with that rates increase. If it was a little bit, if we had good certainty around opening dates, you might have a little bit, reduce it a little bit less this year, but then you have to have the equal increase the following year. So you've got those choices and trade-offs. At the moment, there isn't certainty on opening date, and that revenue does need to increase. So we think proceeding with the long-term plan projection is a good, sensible and prudent way to proceed.
Thank you. Then my last question is just around the rates rebate scheme in terms of the cost of living impacts of rates increases. And I should actually also ask my traditional question, which I'll come back to in a second, sorry. The scheme has, as of 1 July 2025, increased the threshold for those over 65, the income threshold, sorry, by a significant amount, nearly 15,000, but not for those who are under 65. And I just wondered if that was something we were potentially looking at some advocacy around in terms of that cost of living aspect. And also it's quite a small rebate. It's still only $805, even though it has increased by $15. So is there any consideration in the mayoral proposal of some advocacy to central government around the rates rebate scheme?
No, there isn't at the moment in terms of what is in the mayoral proposal, but I don't think that stops you from pursuing that between now and adoption of the annual plan next year.
Great, thank you. And my final question, which I nearly forgot to ask this time, which I ask every time, is would a 7.9% increase still mean that our rates were generally within the international affordability figure in terms of household income, which is a question for Ross. Sorry, Tam.
Yes, I'm not sure it's an international figure, but the metric we use is looking at what is the rates and water charges for a median household compared to median income, and set a threshold of we think it's affordable if that stays below 5%, and we're well under that on these figures.
Do you have the percent off the top of your head? Sorry.
I don't. Andrew Duncan might if he's around. Andrew,
that's okay. You can come back to me.
We might have to come back to you with that figure.
Great, but it is under the affordability measure that we use.
Under 5%, yes.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Newman.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. Ross, my question's probably to you. Ross Tucker. In the mayoral proposal, I just want to check that we're joined up here. So in the mayoral proposal, it refers to those local boards that have received new operating funding be allowed on a one-off basis for 26-27 to undertake conversion to take that OPEX to CAPEX, which I fully agree with. I wanted to check if finance are pivoting to support and enable that, because it's quite important for your officers to enable those local boards to give effect to what the Mayor is suggesting there. And I think those local boards that have received new OPEX do need to be moving that to a combination of contributing towards fix and finish, as well as to assist council with moving forward and expediting renewals where possible. So can you give me confidence that Brian and the team are working to enable that to happen and providing that advice in advance of the adoption of this?
Yes, yeah, the finance team is very happy to support that. This is kind of an exception. We need to be a bit careful about mixing between OPEX and CAPEX that has broader, can have longer term impacts, but as this is a small quantum as a one-off, so we think it will be quite helpful. We know that we've got as part of the process here. Part of fairer funding, more OPEX funding has been given to boards that have relatively fewer assets, and we know that there's some there's a deficit in terms of assets and funding. So by converting some of the OPEX to CAPEX, it helps those boards that have a top up to proceed with some infrastructure spend. And then if we convert that OPEX to CAPEX, it helps balance up the OPEX for the other boards that have OPEX cost pressures. So we think it's kind of a helpful solution. As you say, it only works if some boards choose to use it. So yes, we'll absolutely work closely with those boards and see what can be used. We know from the fix and finish process, we have quite a good handle on what some of those capital investment priorities are across local boards, and we think there's a range of opportunities to pursue that, and it could be a very helpful lever. Just going back to the last question for a second, that rates affordability question, I have the answer. It's 3.66%, so well under the 5%. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ross, for that detailed answer. My question is the timing of this. How quickly are finance able to pivot to provide that information? Because really, I would like those boards that have new OPEX to be undertaking that conversion now in anticipation of the next financial year. So because I really want those local boards that have got some of that new OPEX to be working as hard as they can to maximise the conversion for the one-off. So what's the timing of that advice? Or have you started to give that advice? Or if not, are we talking, summer advice coming as to you're going to get some reading over the break, or are we meeting in February?
I think given the timing of where we are, it's probably going to be a February conversation. I think it's not a question of necessarily detailed advice. It's really figuring out, well, what are the projects that the boards have been trying to progress, and some of these have been projects that have been trying to progress for a long time. The policy is pretty straightforward in terms of OPEX to CAPEX. The question is, well, which projects? What are those projects? So I think that is the discussion. We, as a finance team, have been looking through some of the previous projects, and we're working with it. There may have been initial discussions with boards around what are some of those projects. So we will continue that process early in the new year. We will provide good support. We'll work through it as quickly as we can. It's probably going to be over February, March as we work with the boards to just figure out, well, what is the scope, the size of those projects and funding. But I think it's not something that's radically new. It is existing projects that are already in the works, and it's just a question of applying the funding change to existing planned projects where the funding constraints have been the things that's holding it up.
Thank you. Thank you for the answer. Councillor Gillen.
Thank you. Given that 20 of the 21 local boards are receiving a hit to their budgets, or projected hit to their budgets, and as the governing body's in a shared governance role with local boards, shouldn't we be fully funding local boards to what they're entitled to under fairer funding formula to ensure that they succeed? That's my first question.
So in terms of what local boards are getting, there's 50 million of additional funding going towards local boards as agreed to through the long-term plan. So that is currently the budgets that we are proposing to stick in line with those decisions. But of course, the discussion has been around that 6 million focused on those boards that receive little to no additional OPEX funding due to the size of their asset base.
Thank you. I've got a couple more questions on other issues. Just foreshadow, I have sent through an amendment. Thank you. So on a different topic, the management of public transport contracts. I raised this in the workshop. Can you please explain to me why you see that as still sitting with the new PT CCO rather than, I mean, that's such a significant decision involving such a large amount of money. Why do you see that as best sitting with the CCO rather than coming back to the governing body? I mean, the whole point in us looking at public transport, looking at the transport CCO like this is to bring big decisions like that back into in-house and ensure they're democratically made.
Through the chair, so the oversight still sits with council. What we're talking about here is the operational management of those things. And as I mentioned in my introduction, what we've been really cognizant of when determining the functional split is how close a service or a function is to the customer experience. So that has been really our guide to ensure that PT services from day one, that Aucklanders see no difference. And in fact, we're putting that PT CCO on the right path to sustainably grow and respond to growth as necessary. But I think if at any point in time, if we're on transport reform, my transport reform colleagues want to come up to the table, they're welcome to.
So sorry, just to clarify, so the actual signing of the contracts will be done in-house, but the day-to-day management, which is fine, the day-to-day management of PT will be done by the CCO. It's those signing of those contracts I'm concerned about.
If I might try and help, so the distinction here is that the extent of priority given to public transport, the amount of investment that's to be made, the services that we want will be for council to determine. There's ownership at that political level, if you like, in terms of the public transport plan for Auckland. We're talking about the execution and operationalisation of the contracts that follow from that. So you're in control of the levers in terms of what is being bought with the public funding.
If I just add, the oversight mechanisms have not changed in terms of the SOI and LOE process.
Okay, I'm not completely happy, but I'll go on to the next topic. In E9, I think it is, it's proposed to integrate the transport call centre or the public transport call centre with council. Now, I'm under the understanding that the group shared services is already looking at amalgamating all call centres across council, so why would we keep that split out?
Yeah, so just to clarify, so we signal that at the moment customer services that kind of directly impact like customer experience and potentially patronage stay with the PT entity for now. So so part of that is also considering any future shift to NTS and being able to preserve the ability for the PT entity to manage customer experience. We do, however, signal that our expectation is that future consideration around pulling those functions back into council when it is appropriate to do so should be considered at the right time.
Okay, thank you.
Right, thank you, Councillor, and thank you for sharing on your amendments. And John, be normal process when we finish these questions, I'll probably take a break and we'll put your amendment up so people can socialise themselves with it and you can talk to people as well. Okay. Member Nataki? Yeah, look, welcome to the table. Lovely to see you here, along with your chair as well, so welcome. And you had a question?
Tēnā tātou. Thank you very much. Yeah, this is my first hui, so tō ngā taki from Haukura. First of all, thank you very much for the kōrero and the budget workshop. I did attend that online, so that was really helpful in terms of coming to this hui. So I'll just figure out how this works. The proposal presents several areas of interest for Haukura, particularly regarding Māori outcomes, equity and the risk arising from major reforms. Key concerns include the absence of detailed Māori impact analysis across transform reform, CCO changes, property optimisations and local board funding pressures, all of which may disproportionately affect Māori communities, especially in the high population areas. But I want to come back to, I think it's point 32, the Māori impact statement in the report, where it says the proposal aligns with existing commitments to Māori outcomes through Kia ora, Tāmaki Makaurau, and then engagement approaches for the consultation phase will be confirmed in early 2026. It's a matter of curiosity, what was the consultation outcome from the previous proposal consultation in the previous term? Do you have that information on hand?
Thank you for the question through the chair. I might have to come back to you. I don't have it on hand, but we can definitely provide you with feedback that we received through our engagement with iwi and Matawaka in previous years.
Yeah, that would be great. And I think, because what I'm hearing is great interrogation in terms of the proposal itself, which is fantastic. But what I need to be assured of is the consultation process, specifically for Māori populations. So the question actually is, what steps will be taken to identify, assess and mitigate the Māori-specific impacts of transport reform, CCO changes, property optimisation and local board funding pressures to ensure equity for communities with high Māori populations? That's my actual question. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thanks for the question. So our expectations are, when we're requesting advice through this mechanism, through the mayoral proposal, that any subsequent staff advice comes back considering those things. And I guess where we are in transport reform, we're at the stage now where we're preparing for the enactment of legislation and wanting to get ahead of that by saying to the PT entity, here are the functions you're responsible for. This is, please prepare and org design based on that. But kind of any wider impacts in terms of services provided, changes to levels of service which we don't anticipate, would come through kind of the normal staff advice process in future parts of the process.
Thank you, that's me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just update on the speaking order. We'll have Councillor Lee, followed by Councillor Patterson, Hamlin, followed by Councillor Watson. So, Councillor Lee, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Obviously, a key aspect of this budget is CCO reform, and in particular, the reforms to Auckland Transport. Now, in the resolution and in the body of the report, there is quite a detailed breakdown of the elements of public transport, all the elements of public transport, I guess, all plus, in some respects, that will be the responsibility of the new ATCCO. However, the government's transport reforms and the bill are talking about two organisations, essentially, reversing a key aspect of the super city reform. So pretty important. What we see are a detailed description of how we think the new public transport CCO will operate. Though I have to say I am concerned about the almost the outsourcing of the oversight of the City Rail Link to this new CCO rather than this council as a sponsor, but I'd like some clarity around that. And the second, so that's the first question. The second one is, in terms of the second transport body, the council transport body, the roading authority, does the mayor and the staff not think a reference to the statutory roading authority role should be included in the very minimal description of what this transport other than public transport body will be? And why isn't there more detail in regard to how this department of the council, what its responsibilities and roles will be, in a similar way to that being given for the new public transport CCO? Is that still a work in progress? Because I think we need to bring the public with us over this, and also the government. So those are the questions.
And thank you, Councillor Lee, for the question. Through the chair, just to provide some clarity, there is no proposed change to the oversight and your role of managing CRL. It's just to provide some clarity that our expectation is that the new PT entity works hard to ensure that as a result of reform there is no disruption to its delivery. And there is a call out very specifically in that recommendation that you referred to around the asset handover component of that. So we just wanted to provide some clarity there. In terms of your second question, yes, that's very much advice that you will receive next year. So the reason why we're asking you to make decisions around the PT CCO today is to enable staff to get on with providing you with the advice around all of the functions that will be integrated to Auckland Council and your new role as an RCA. So that will come back in the new year.
Perhaps I can answer some of that too. At this stage here, we're determining what will carry on so that the city still gets good public transport, and that sector is moderately popular as it is. It's everything else that they do wrong. And the discussions about the actual changes for both the AT and the Auckland the Urban Design Office will remain at the governing body, and business as usual will stay with the committees, because the changes are really important, and you're quite right. It's a huge change from an organisation that hasn't been a road controlling authority to become one, particularly when you're picking up such poor performance as what we will inherit. So you can be rest assured it'll be the absolute focus of the governing body once we get past this little bit here. This one here is about setting up so that we do have an ongoing functioning public transport. We don't have an ongoing functioning road controlling authority in any way.
Just coming back to that roading authority, leaving stuff in AT, what it's doing now, I guess is pretty easy to conceptualise, and actually logistics are going to be a lot easier than taking stuff out and rebuilding it into a new entity. And I think we need to see the shape of that organisation sooner rather than later, because that's the hardest bit of the reform, really, isn't it?
It's also the most productive bit of the reform, and when something's not working, I'm not just going to allow it just to arrive not working. We understand what it is that they're doing now and why isn't it working. And there's a lot of work that I'm pushing the CEO into doing that. And so we're not just going to pick them up and drag them over here. It's got to start again. And it's quite clear from looking into it that there isn't a functioning system in there. And so that will be the absolute focus for the next 6 months during the time that the government is dithering around getting the bloody legislation passed.
Okay. Thank you.
So I welcome your input into that, Councillor Lee, because I think you join me in the particularly unconvinced section of what they're doing.
I can confirm that work is underway, Councillor, and there's definitely an intention to bring it back and engage with you in the new year as it takes shape.
Can I just suggest, as I have already, that the resolution would at least be strengthened, I feel, by the inclusion of the phrase statutory roading authority, to let the public know that, we mean business in fulfilling these changes. It's not just creating AT light, but actually something more significant. Thank
Okay. Thank you, councillor. We'll have a look at that.
Okay with that?
Yeah, he's okay with that. All right, very good. Well, thank you for your question. Thank you for those answers. Councillor Patterson-Hamlin, thank you, Sarah.
Kia ora, I have two questions if I may, Chair. I was only going to have one, but something you said earlier made me panic slightly. With the local board funding and the interim increases, I'm a little concerned based on something that you said that we're negating the original point of fairer funding, namely to move away from that vicious cycle where places that have a whole lot of assets get a whole lot of funding and it entrenches those inequalities. Is that still the trajectory to do that, but essentially slowed down in recognition of the negative impacts on the local boards that do have a whole lot of assets?
Thank you for the question, and sorry for any unintended panic. No, all we're doing is we're just asking for staff to look at advice around not necessarily shifting completely away from where we're heading to, but just to avoid this kind of yearly cycle of interim stopgaps. We want advice around solutions so that we don't have to continue to have this conversation as part of every annual plan.
Cool. So that's what I thought. It won't be your fault. I'm still on tilly with the birds in my head, I'm afraid. The other question I had was, and I know this would ordinarily be more of an LTP discussion, but I just want to reiterate some of the feedback from the Whau Local Board, because I'm conscious of the very narrow window of time coming our way with the Avondale Racecourse. And, you know, to retain the regional playing fields, the open space, the floodplain, the ecologically significant area, all of that, we might have quite a narrow window and it might become relevant prior to the LTP. So are we able to get staff advice and options around acquisition there and ahead of consultation? And is the Mayor's Office planning on responding to the proposal sent from the Avondale Racecourse Alliance? Avondale Racecourse Alliance.
Through the chair, yes, we can seek further advice around acquisition in line with that feedback. You mean before consultation of this annual plan?
No, I didn't mean to say before consultation, sorry. Before May.
Yeah, well,
I think.
Yeah, we can definitely do our best to request that information to meet that timeline. And in terms of the Avondale question, might have to take that offline, as it's something I haven't yet discussed with the Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Watson.
Thanks, Mr Chair, and I hope you just bear with me. My question goes to the notion of the 7.9% rate increase and the impact of the City Rail link in that, and that's very prominent in the Mayor's proposal. This is higher than I would like, but reflects the opening of the City Rail link. Then later on in various press releases, that's even more reinforced. 7.9% average residential rates, the CRL a key driver, and then this rates increase primarily pays for the additional costs of CRL. So, you know, that's a pretty important part of this proposal. However, when I look at the long-term plan, and I reference that figure of 235 million that was mentioned of operating costs in relation to CRL from the first full year of the operation, it does go on to say, Mr Chair, that while the previous budgets have included some of these costs, the estimated impact has increased due to some of the things we heard, capital costs, projections and interest rates, but the specific numbers are uncertain. So what I think is really important, what I'd like to know is, and for me is a really key question, how much of that 235 million was already budgeted for and how much is additional? Because I think that's unclear and that's been reflected in some of the commentary. So can someone answer that?
The 235 million per annum, which is made up of about 26 million of net operating costs, 167 million of interest and 42 million of depreciation funding. That 235 million cost was all in the LTP, was all budgeted, as was the 7.9% rates increase to help pay for it. So fundamentally nothing has changed from the LTP. We've just arrived at year 3 when all this kicks in.
Okay, so when we go out for consultation, our recommendations have got that the basis of the materials prepared for public consultation will be from this report and the mayoral proposal. What I'm really keen to know is there going to be, given the prominence of the CRL component to this rate increase, is there going to be a more detailed and clear explanation of how much the CRL contributes to that 7.9%? I mean, I'm looking at the interest on the debt and the depreciation and all that, but given some of the conflicting views we've had, I'm hoping it's not just what's in this report, because I don't think that's going to cut it as far as explaining to people very clearly with precise details what impact that CRL figure has in contributing to the 7.9%.
If I can ask, and others can comment. So after you agree these recommendations, we will then go away and draft consultation materials to reflect it. When we do that, we'll absolutely make it as clear as we can in the consultation materials, how the CRL costs impact rates. There'll be a consultation document, there'll be summaries, and there'll be all the supported information detail. So all of that will be clearly explained in those consultation materials.
One final question. Given that this project has been going on for a decade, as we know, best part of a decade, how or what part of it was budgeted for even before the LTP? And I think particularly of things like the interest on the debt that's accumulating.
So the cost has been budgeted for the last 3 LTPs. There were cost variations agreed. As the capital cost increased, that means the interest cost component in particular has moved from previous LTPs. So it has been factored in, and the costs have become clearer, and as governing body decisions have been made, it's been updated over time. But there's been no, as I said before, no change from the LTP. This is just year 3 of the LTP without any material changes.
Okay, and thanks. For a final question, Mr. Chair. So what you're saying, Ross, is that in the next point, when you come back with the material, then there's going to be an opportunity for councillors to see if the explanation is adequate as far as going out to the public and explaining, the assertion that has been made thus far in various communications.
Yes, the consultation materials will come back to this committee in February for you to look at before adopting for consultation.
Thank you, Councillor. Helpful. Councillor Turner.
Just got answered, thank you. We're coming back to resolve on the wording going out to the public, correct?
Yeah. And then David last.
Kia ora, Mr. Chairman. Tamsin, how are you? So just going back to that question I asked in the previous item about the local board feedback, which I didn't really get a good understanding. So how would we obtain or see the feedback that local board provided, particularly relating to Māori outcomes? And if that was of value, how are you going to reflect that, or the Mayor will reflect that in his proposal?
Thank you for the question. So in terms of whether so the first part of the question, if I'm correct, is whether local boards have provided feedback around Māori outcomes or kind of specific initiatives, points of the budget that relate to Māori outcomes. So I can work with our staff to be able to pull that out and be specific if there are in fact any kind of call outs there. In terms of whether the proposal will be adjusted in line with that local board feedback, we haven't provided for that at this stage. To the earlier point raised, I guess what we have signalled though is a commitment to the Māori outcomes funding and the direction in line with Kia ora Tamaki Makaurau.
Very good. Look, team, that brings us to the conclusion of the questions to that. So as I foreshadowed, what I'd like to do is just take a 5 minutes. Okay, no more than 5 minutes, so it's a quick break. Right, I like Councillor Gillen's amendment to be put up so everyone can digest that in that 5 minutes, and we'll come back and carry on and address the amendment, John. So, okay, 5 minutes, everyone. take our seats, please. Kick off in 30 seconds. All right. Okay, well, thank you, everybody. So we have an amendment up there on the screen, been put forward by Councillor Gillen. John, do you have a seconder for that? Okay, Councillor Foley, thank you very much. So I think now it's your chance to present it, John, and you're quite happy to field in questions and we'll get some answers for you as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a really important issue. The governing body has put on local boards a new fairer funding formula, and it is not working. We can see that it's not working. This financial year, 20 of the 21 local boards are receiving cost pressures that are either removing entirely or partially the additional top-up that they were given. And so now these local boards are having to do a huge amount of work, and staff, of course, having to do a huge amount of work in figuring out how they're actually going to make their budgets balance. Some of them are looking at targeted rates, and we're going to hear from a couple of local boards later today on that. Completely unnecessary if we weren't put in this situation. Other local boards are looking at having to cut library hours or to reduce other services. There is a real uncertainty out there about what's going to happen. What we need to be doing today is admitting that, well, we got it wrong. I wasn't here, but the governing body got it wrong. The fairer funding formula isn't correct, and to fix it in the LTP. In the meantime, though, we should be covering the cost pressures that local boards are finding themselves under, because the majority of those cost pressures, as Chair, you would have found out by, and I'm really pleased that you went and visited the 7 worst affected local boards and talked through with them. But most of these cost pressures are regional cost pressures that are not of the local boards making. It's not like they've made decisions and now they're bearing the consequences of that. So I think it's the right thing to do for us to fully fund, and it's 15.2 million is the latest estimate, to fully fund to ensure that all of the local boards are receiving the amount they're entitled to under fairer funding, and that we are actually funding them to succeed here. And 6 million, 15 million, they're peanuts in council. We've been talking about budgets of billions of dollars here. So I think we can absolutely find a way to do this, whether it's through savings, whether it's through debt, and I've just been speaking to Ross, and it is possible for this to be done through debt. Or by other means as well. It's just a one-off, 1 year. Let's fund the local boards to succeed, and then have another good look at this through the LTP. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor. And I think with amendments, questions can be fielded to the councillor directly as well. Okay, yes, so we'll go round, and we will start with the Deputy Mayor, followed by Councillor Newman.
Thank you, Chair. Can I please ask a question of our CFO with regarding it's possible to add this 15.2 million under debt? There's possible and advisable. Can I ask whether your advice would be for us to do that?
So our advice is, this is operating costs, and our advice is not to use debt to fund operating costs. That's this principle. It's been well discussed previously. It's about borrowing to pay for the groceries. We don't think that's a financially prudent and sustainable course of action. Your policies in the LTP, including the financial strategy and the revenue and financing policy, do not permit this. I have, however, checked with the legal team. It's not unlawful. We don't think for you to proceed on this basis. It's not hugely material in the scheme of things. It would mean consulting on the use of debt to pay for this, and at the final part of the plan, you would have to resolve under Section 80, I believe, of the Local Government Act, that you're making a decision inconsistent with your financing policies. So there is a legal mechanism for you to make decisions inconsistent with your financing policies, but we would advise against it. part of the reason is our credit rating agencies look very closely at what we use our borrowing for, and we've always had a policy of not borrowing to pay for operating costs, and having any exception, no matter how small, would not be a good look.
Thank you. So legally possible, but financially not advisable. Thank you.
Councillor Newman, followed by Councillor Foley.
Thank you. I guess my question would be to the mover of this, and I think the word is sourced through whether the mover of the amendment would be prepared to, because I'm relaxed about having information for an option, but if the mover might consider the deletion through debt and the reason for that is that I won't be voting for an amendment that proposes using a debt facility to fund OPEX. It's not an option for me. So I'm interested to find out advice as to what the savings would be, if those savings could be described. That's something I'm prepared to think about, but not on debt. So if the wording is not changed, I won't be voting for that, but maybe the member could think about it.
Through the chair, I did have the word source there. Look, I can take it out, but I just think it is important for GB to understand that this is actually an option for us. And we have a huge amount of debt headroom now as well, that water tier has been taken out. So if we can't find the savings, then we should be looking at other options. And as a governor of this body, I've been unable to actually get hold of all of the budgets in order to look for where those savings could be yet. So I don't know whether we can find the savings or not. I suspect that we can because it's such a minuscule amount. But I just put the debt in there as well just to give us some options there. But look, if I'm happy with the acceptance of the seconder to take that out if that is going to be a sticking point for getting this through.
All right, perhaps if you advise us on your decision around that. Okay, I've got more speakers. Councillor Foley.
Kia ora, thanks, Chair. My question is to our finance team. What real effect will this have on our headroom? Can you tell us in terms of dollars and cents or percentages? And realistically, would it materially affect our debt headroom and our ability to borrow? Kia ora.
Because we're talking 15 million, it's pretty small and immaterial in terms of debt headroom. I think it's more that the precedent it sets and the signal that it sends that we're prepared to borrow to pay for operating costs. So it's a departure. It's a departure away from a long-standing policy that we've had would be the concern. Debt headroom is one element, but the other constraining factor we have is paying and servicing that debt, a bit like the CRL question, and so it's having the rates revenue to fund the interest on that debt over time becomes a constraining factor as well. Again, this isn't hugely material, and it's really about that precedent, and it's about the departure from a long-standing financial policy. That is a concern.
Just a couple more small questions, Chair. But that financial policy, who determines that? That's us, correct? The governing body?
Correct, as through the long-term plan. So it's considered, consulted on, audited through the 3-year LTP process.
All right, and finally, we've already had confirmed this is not an illegal or unlawful or decision that we cannot make. Ultimately, the decision does sit with us, and we can, in our decision-making powers, make this decision.
Yes, you can make that decision, and as I said, in the final adoption annual budget, you just have to pass a resolution noting that it's inconsistent with your long-term policy.
Kia ora. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Patterson-Hamlin.
Kia ora, thanks. My question's for you, CFO. What's your title? How do I address you?
Ross.
Yeah. But just for clarity, our Chief Financial Officer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, now I'm more confused. Anyway, it's for you, good sir. So just to acknowledge the points that you've made and that Councillor Newman's made, and thank you both for the reminders on that for those of us who are clearly newer to this. In light of that, given that we are, as a governing body, putting more of these cost pressures on local boards, asking them to do certain things, and given the existing role that local boards play in terms of, what they provide, outside of debt or savings, is there a sensible match-up from governing body finances to cover that gap? As in, is Auckland Council, as a regional council, saving things by transferring these cost pressures over to local boards that we can then match up to increase that interim measure to soften that blow?
No, it's not a zero-sum game with there's costs in one place offset by something somewhere else. I guess the way I'd characterise this is there's a lot of this is about the cost of local services. It's historically been about 300 million per annum is the cost of providing local services. Around 10% of that has kind of been the small discretionary bit, which local boards have had control over. It's been allocated by a formula, and 90% of the cost is based on the cost of running assets, basically. And what's happened through fairer funding is basically a devolution of that whole 300 million, 100% rather than 10% to local boards. So we've now said, right, local boards, you're responsible for running those services. A lot of them are through contracts that span the whole region, but the decision making is kind of now being devolved to local boards. And what's happened is that some of those costs, the cost of electricity, the cost of parks maintenance has gone up faster than inflation. And we've seen some boards who have got lots of assets and have benefited from, I guess, previous funding arrangements. Their costs are now going up. The funding formula is giving more money to the boards that don't have those assets, and so there's more money being created. So that 300 million has been increased by 50 million to 350 million. This would increase it by another 15 to 365 million. So it's just more and more money being added to that pot of money. So the fairer funding policy sort of has deliberately moved more money to the boards that have less assets to try to even things up. But it didn't anticipate these rising costs. The question is, how do we deal with that? And the long-term solution to that is looking at this policy. It's the last bit of the resolution. How do we, given the nature of those cost pressures, given the levers local boards have, how do we come up with a fair, equitable and sustainable model in the future for the LTP? But in the meantime, we have these challenges between more money for boards with lower assets, but rising costs for other ones, and how we work through that. So hopefully that gives a bit of context.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Turner, then Councillor Hills.
Thank you. So it's not considered prudent to borrow to cover a $50 million problem like this for a year, but it is prudent to borrow $100 million to cover the shortfall of our insurance that we haven't been paid out for 3 years. Is that right?
Well, so what we've done is, yes, we've paid out to fix assets that are broken on the basis that we'll get the insurance, within 6 to 12 months. It's taking longer than that, but it is only, maybe it's a couple of years, 2 or 3 years wait. But it's not about, we're confident we will get a reasonable chunk of that back, as opposed to this situation where there is no sort of payback other than clicking it through rates over a long period of time.
But if we get to identify the savings in due course, as Councillor Gibbons suggests, we could get the money back.
I mean, if we'd identified 15 million of savings that we could make within 12 months or so, and say we'll borrow to do that timing difference, that would be a different situation. But those savings haven't been identified here.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hills.
Yeah, thank you. I guess first is on the borrowing for debt, because we went through this last term, borrowing for OPEX, we went through this last term pretty hard. Understanding around that we don't do it, but also will that not leave a $15 million hole in the next budget? Because you've only borrowed for the 1 year of that cost.
Yes, correct. We'd still need to solve what we do, the next year and the year after. That's correct.
And when you talk about the effects on our borrowing, you're talking about the ratings agencies saying that we're going against good financial policy, and then the rating agencies have an effect on what we can borrow for debt. So what sort of percentage interest, I know it's hard to talk about, but what sort of percentage interest could a change of making the rating agencies put us on notice for borrowing for OPEX?
I mean, it depends on what decisions they make, what it means for a credit rating. So the risk is that they would, based off this and other things that are happening, and there is they are looking very closely at rates capping and what does that mean for our ability to service debt. They might make a decision to reduce our credit rating, which makes it harder and more expensive to borrow debt. So it does. I can't recall the figures we've used. It depends on what assumptions you make at the point in time, but it does add interest cost if a rating downgrade is triggered, and there's also harder to get access to debt. There might be covenants associated with conditions attached to that, all those kind of things. So we would want to avoid that if we can.
So would it be correct in saying that even a slight concern would mean even say a 0.01% change to our borrowing costs would be $15 to $20 million, like almost a rate increase, 1%? Our current borrowing,
it could do. I mean, it's hard to forecast, but yes, it could do. It might be a little bit of a stretch to say, this resolution would specifically lead to that outcome, but yes, you could be talking about things in that order of magnitude.
So by borrowing for this, we could create a domino effect that costs us more than the money we're trying to find.
It's possible, yeah.
Thank you. The other question I have is the difference between the 6 and the 15. So, putting it out there, I've lobbied the Mayor and Ross and others for the last 2 years on this, and we obviously have covered the cost twice, and pre-election I was saying to the Mayor and Ross that I'm really concerned about this. But the difference between the 6 million, and I don't know if there's a question for Phil or Ross, the 6 million mentioned in the mayoral proposal and the 15 is 6 million would enable, and this is what we're going to try and do, that no board would have to reduce they wouldn't have cuts.
So I guess just to clarify the 15 million versus the 6 million. So the 15 million represents the higher cost pressures that are facing local boards, and that's the higher cost of gas and electricity, higher cost of park maintenance, cleaning, those kind of things. So that is the extra cost that local boards collectively have to face. At the same time, through fairer funding, more money has been provided. A total of 50 million has been provided to local boards. So some boards are getting extra fairer funding top-ups, and so the way the numbers fall, some boards both have a cost pressure and some extra funding. And that will, if the local boards use that extra top-up to cover the cost pressures, that will take care of 9 million out of that 15. And what that leaves is 6 million that relates to boards that have cost pressures but no top-up. And so those boards have been working through how do they deal with that, and they've been contemplating some drastic options, cutting service levels, reducing library hours. Some are looking at targeted rates. A lot of drastic options, and then the advice from the mayoral proposal is, no, we can manage it through some other means, work it through the budget, we don't have to go to that thing. But that's the 6 million is the hardest bit. It's those boards that have cost pressures but no top-ups. This recommendation would provide some more regional funding through whatever mechanism to not only take care of that 6 million, but also take care of those other boards so that they can use that top-up money, not to cover the cost pressures, but to fund other things that they want to do.
Okay, and then I don't know if this is for the mover, but so we have a $50 million cost pressure that we haven't found yet regionally, and so this would make it another, technically 65. Is that correct?
My understanding is I think the 6 million is factored in as part of that 50 million. So we've it's the overall group cost pressure all added together.
So I guess
a bit of overlap within the numbers.
I guess for Councillor Gillen, obviously I hadn't seen this until today, this amendment, but have you done the work on the saving component not affecting local, because every cut we have to make at this table then generally filters down to the rest of the organisation, including local boards.
So through the chair, or as I mentioned before, I haven't been able to get access to the drilled down departmental budgets to be able to have a look and see where this could come from. I've got some ideas, but look, this debate has been centering around the debt rather than what we actually should be discussing, which is the cost pressures. So with the acceptance of the seconder, I'm happy to remove the words to be sourced through debt or savings. Leave it at the consult, because remember this, we're just consulting here, we're not actually making a decision. So leave it at consulting on covering those cost pressures and see what the public comes back with, and then we can work out how to do it. But it's been a useful conversation because at least we've all been enlightened now that it is fully within our means to be able to use debt for OPEX. We just need to be aware of the consequences of that.
Okay, but just through the chair, the consultation document has to be prepared. What are you putting forward as the 9 million in savings?
Well, I'm not. I mean, let's hear from the public as to where they want to take it from then.
No, I mean, I can ask questions of the mover of an amendment.
Further questions, Councillor? Okay, on the speaking list, I have Councillor Ferry, Councillor Pulley and Councillor Newman. Councillor Ferry, questions?
Thank you. Some of my questions were around the savings, but you've taken that out now. So I guess, is it possible for us to put something like this in without saying where we're going to find that money? Because you gave us before a pretty strong indication of what the options were, and one of those was rates. People have been around this table for a while will probably not be surprised that I'm comfortable about finding this from rates, but I know that that is not a majority view. So should we be putting in a source for this?
I mean, to be honest, I'm a bit unclear how to write this in a consultation document. We're kind of asking the public for an option without telling them what the option might be. So we're kind of struggling a little bit to figure out what is the question we're asking. So we might need a bit more guidance from the committee on how you want us to ask the question here.
What would be the process by which we could give that guidance, and that might not be a question for Ross, sorry. Like, if we pass this with those words removed and without providing another source of funding, and the advice from staff is that provides them without the level of guidance that they need to word a question for the consultation. I don't know, Phil, sorry, it's a bit of a hospital pass. Just to put in a sports analogy there in case anyone missed, I was using a sports analogy. Yeah, no worries.
Well, I mean, I'm certainly happy that staff present you with options for how you would address another $15 million of cost pressure. The question for today, though, is how do you reflect that, as Ross said, in the consultation document?
Yeah.
And I think I'm referencing Ross's words earlier. You've got very few levers here. Savings, a higher rate increase. Yeah, that's, I honestly think that's your challenge rather than mine at this stage. Well, all I can do is, if you give us the task, go away and tell you what the consequences are. We know what it is from a rating point of view. We'd have to do more work in terms of savings implications. If I'm on it, if I just make a more general point, given the direction of the discussion, and I know I'm repeating myself here, but we've got a very substantial existing savings target. We're probably about to add another $6 million to it. You want me to say that we can achieve that with no consequences for service levels, and I'm kind of at a point of scratching my head and saying we're pulling the rubber band pretty tight here. I'll always do my best by you in terms of how we work the problem, but I can't, in all honesty, sit here and tell you that we can definitely find it, and very particularly that I can find it without there being consequences for services and for boards. There's the dilemma.
So, thank you. So, just to clarify, we have a $106 million savings target already proposed, is that correct? And so this would potentially mean a $121.2 million savings target? Is that, yeah? And do we know where that 106 million is coming from?
No.
You can call me a lot of things, but Jesus ain't one.
Yeah, it's not coming under the tree from Santa.
No, certainly not entirely, no. It's a challenge we work on an ongoing basis. And again, not trying to get myself in the middle of the debate here, but I can anticipate where some of it might come from, certainly not all of it at this stage. And I've always agreed with you this savings target regime on the basis that at the end of the day, if we're struggling to meet it, that I'll need to slow down the spend rate in the organisation so that we finish the year in an okay financial state, which is clearly normal business practice in any other context.
So what's our target for this year that we're partway through? Do you want to turn your mic on and say that? Someone?
The savings target for this year is 86, and next year it is, 106. So it's another 20 million on top of this year's savings.
Okay. So, sorry, I want to try and keep to questions rather than getting into debate about the amendment. The other question I had was around the source of these cost pressures, primarily being around power and gas. I know that's not the only thing, but the power and gas issue, and that often accrues a lot. And one of the patterns we're seeing with this is aquatic, which have higher power and gas costs than most other facilities. Given that there's a conversation underway about whether aquatic actually comes in as a regional or multi-board service in some way, is now the time to sort of be, I guess, coming up with a cover for this, or is it something we should look at more consistently? What about the timing for this?
So we had a look at that and whether moving that to region would help with this problem. It doesn't really help. The cost pressures still bubble up one way or another. It doesn't solve the immediate problem. So I think, we think the better way to look at that is through, it's part of the LTP, it's part of that last bit around looking at a fair, equitable, affordable model, thinking about, how, should some budget some things like electricity contracts be considered on a regional basis? Should we look at multi-board funding? All those things are best considered next year as part of a wider look at the policy, and those things may help in the future. It doesn't really help with the immediate problem right now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Foley.
Oh, kia ora, Chair. My question's a little bit different now that the conversation has progressed. I was going to ask, based on just some of your comments that you've made, Ross, around the 300 million now being given to local boards. So local boards have been given more funding. But is it not true, though, that under the fairer funding model, local boards that have assets they probably got from, like, for example, in my ward from the Manukau City Council, are disadvantaged then by the fairer funding model, even though you say more money has gone to boards?
So what the model does is it directs more money, and the additional top-up money, the 50 million, it directs that money to the boards that don't have assets to try to even things up. The problem it's creating is the boards that have assets are the ones that have high problems with electricity and gas and have these cost pressures. So that is the challenge, the nature of it. It's not to say that it's one model's right or wrong. A model that's based off giving funding based off assets covers the costs that are there, but a model that gives funding to the boards with no assets is fairer in terms of evening up some of the historic inequities. Those are the challenges. I just would note on, it's just been brought to my attention that the way that this resolution is worded, it talks about giving local boards 15 million more in accordance with the fairer funding model, and the effect of that would be to, if we use the model, that would give that 15 million to the boards without assets. So it doesn't help the boards with the cost pressures. It actually aggravates the problem. It's just the way that it's technically worded. So we might want to move that using the fairer funding model, because it's the fairer funding model that is driving, putting the cost to the boards without the assets.
Kia ora.
Sorry, can I just clarify then? So if we remove the words in accordance with the ferry funding model, it would be distributed to offset cost pressures that we've currently identified, correct?
That's right,
Okay,
yes.
then I'm happy for those
the two
words
things
to be
together don't kind of work.
Okay, then I'm happy for those to be taken out. The last thing I'd want to do is for that money to then go through the formula again, and yeah. Okay.
Sorry, it's complex, and that is exactly the problem that we're grappling with in the first place.
Just
Okay, well, that was helpful.
last
Yes.
question, sorry. So if we don't do this and if we don't cover, I mean, we're only going out for consultation on it. We're not making a decision on it. But to be clear, that 15.2 million would still need to be found, but that would be put on the local boards to find through savings or targeted rates or whatever.
So this, if this wasn't passed, if we didn't find 15 million extra funding, what it would mean is that we have to work through the budget process to find other solutions for the 6 million, but for the 9 million, with the boards that have cost pressures and have top up, then they would be using that 9 million top up to cover their cost pressures. The effect of finding an extra 15 means that those local boards don't have to use the new money to deal with cost pressures. They can spend that money on something else.
Kia ora. Thanks for the clarification.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Newman followed by Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, look, thank you. It's another question to the Chair in second. Sorry to be a complete pain in the arse here, but my concern was the inclusion of through debt, but that's been taken out. But now all of it's been taken out, and because savings has been deleted, it opens up. I interpret it as it opens up the door to through a rate increase. So what I'm interested in is the option of the funding to be funded through savings, and if I'm happy to consult on that. I don't know if that's an option that the mover and second are prepared to consider, but for me the inclusion of through debt was a complete no, and I'm not keen on another rate increase for these costs at this point. I'm interested in savings. I happen to agree that the Chief Executive does need to provide confronting savings options. I'm receiving rude messages from ferry users across the harbour, given some comments from me in recent times, which I'm comfortable with. But, I do think there is a needs for some quite confronting advice on savings. So whether the mover and second are prepared to just maybe make a tweak to clarify that it would be sourced through savings or not, but that would be my feedback. If they want to make if they want to comment, fine. If not, that's okay.
Councillor, Councillor Henderson.
Thanks. Just before I begin, I've got a few comments. So we're still in questions, and then we'll come back to thank you. I'll just ask my one question. I suppose it's sort of trying to figure out, it's following on from Councillor Ferry, do we have a duty to the public to actually explain where the revenue source is going to come from? Because otherwise we're creating a $15 million rod for our own back, aren't we? Are we required? Because we've got to balance the budget. Are we required to tell people if it's going to be rates, debt savings or whatever?
I think, as we said earlier, this is about how we consult with the community. The clearer we can be on what we're asking, the better the consultation will be. I guess we're kind of struggling a little bit with, we're asking the community about an option. We're not quite clear what that is. Is it rates? Is it savings or whatever? We will, if you pass this resolution, we'll do our best to write up what we think this is, and in February you'll get to see the wording around it.
Okay, I appreciate that and reserve my right to speak. Thanks, Chair.
Denise, I think that brings us to the end of the question, so we'll go into the to discussion debate now. John, you'll be aware that you've already spoken, so you won't be able to speak again, but open up for the debate and comment. Councillor, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, my skirt just got caught in my tube. Thank you. Look, I feel a bit sensitive about this topic because I think your intent is really honourable, right? I think we should absolutely look at this issue in the LTP. But this is an annual plan, and I know it's going out for consultation, but for me to support this, I'd have to be confident that it would work. And let me tell you about my concerns. It's against our financial policy. We currently have an $86 million savings target, which I know intimately well for this year, for current year. In this year, it goes up to 106 million. Now, when we make savings, and we do, some of them are one-offs and some of them are permanent. You're forcing us to increase the permanent by $15.2 million a year. And I cannot guarantee that, and nor can the staff. We will try our best to meet the savings target, but as I said, it's a combination of both. And that's a serious amount of money to bank in year on year on year. As I say, very happy to look at it as part of the LTP. Very happy to look at it as part of the LTP. But you're not just adding to the 106 million, you're actually adding to the confirmed, permanent, ongoing savings target. And that's going to be hard for all of us. So whilst I support your intent, and I do want to look at this, and you say quite openly, John, that you will want, there's information that you haven't got, I think we need to spend a year to have a look at gathering that information so you're confident around that, and I think we should look at this again as part of the LTP, because it is permanent. And I would urge you, please, for a little bit of caution around here, because I would like to think that, like me, you want to get the right outcome. You've just got to make sure that we are able to deliver. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Shane.
Thank you, Chair. I'm in alignment with the Deputy Mayor. Usually we see things very differently in fiscal policy, but I think this is something where we need to be a bit sensible, to be honest. And I respect where the councillor is coming from. I do. I have concerns around this, and one of my boards are heavily affected by this. The issue for local boards that are affected is multi-board services. Boards that were fortunate or unfortunate to host the previous seat of the Legacy Council, so that's where the pool went, so that's where the major parks went, so that's where the libraries went, etc., etc. And in line with the Deputy Mayor's view, which I share, I wonder whether there's a way we can work on this internally behind closed doors, looking at shifting governance of things from local into regional where it makes sense, where it's a multi-board thing. This isn't sexy. This isn't going to make headlines, but it may solve the problem. It just requires some work. Going through, I think we need to be straight with the public on where the money's coming from if we're going to propose increasing spend, and let's take it in turn. Can't do debt. You can't fund operational expenses through debt. I don't want my children to be paying for this in the interest that it will accrue over the generations. It will be the equivalent of borrowing to pay for your mortgage. It's just not sensible. It's just not why we have debt. We have debt to fairly spread the cost of assets across generations. That is why we use it. Savings targets, according to many local boards that I've been reading the feedback of, already too high. All 3 Western local boards submitted they were worried that the existing target couldn't be met without reducing services. So to then say, oh, we'll just throw in another 15 mil, I don't think that's responsible. And we've been given the advice that agrees with that view, I believe. It would be like throwing more petrol on the fire. I'd also direct my colleagues to the staff advice, point 13 on the savings targets, which already show the struggle that we've asked Phil to try and achieve. And of course I back our organisation to do that, but I'm not saying there's a lot of savings sitting around that is obvious, it's waiting to be made. So then you get to a rates increase, and I mean this board's not going to vote, we're not going to vote for that. We have councillors over previous budgets that have never voted for rates increases, no matter what they are, right? So putting more rates is not going to work. So this amendment, unfortunately and with respect, has created a different problem. It creates a $15 million problem for us to solve when we finally get to voting on it, and none of these options are going to work. So in a sense, I think we need to be straight with the public. I'm up for the conversation on rates increases, but most people aren't. So, you know, I've got to vote this down, and I respect where the council is coming from, but I can't support it. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, councillor. Your worship.
Okay, thanks for that. Haven't spoken up until now, but I can't support this in any way. I started off the fairer funding thing having listened to the accumulation of 12 years of predecessors not dealing with the fact that it wasn't set up fairly. It wasn't the fairer funding. It now means that the basis of which you get funding for your area is the population, which strikes me as fairly sensible, and with a small adjustment for the land and a small adjustment for the general welfare or well-offness of the various areas. It was set up to be fairer funding. It wasn't set up to be the free cost of any pressure funding. It wasn't set up to be free of any cost pressure. The council itself has cost pressure all day long, and you have to put some cost pressure onto the local boards as well. I remind you that we are in the middle of a debate where the government are considering dumping a rates cap on us, just on the basis solely of them looking like they're doing something really rather than anything else. It's not a good time for us to be suddenly throwing more money at the local boards. We actually heard that stuff and we added $30 million that we didn't have to, $50 million we didn't have to offer in addition to that. So if this goes ahead, I'm going to move that we reverse the $50 million and look like we're really serious. There will be no incentive for any board to make any savings if we're going to fully fund their cost pressures. We're not going to ask the ratepayers to fully fund the cost pressures on the whole council. That would look dreadful. And so this sends the very worst possible measure of incompetence and free money for everybody that we could possibly dream up at a time when the government are staring at us and trying to say, oh, councils are bloody useless, whereas with the government we're wonderful, which is in fact not the case either. But so just don't even think about this. My thing suggests in here, I've heard this, is that if we can find $6 million to help, we will. But at the moment, the whole pressure on looking at those boards is so that they do look at their assets. And every one of them I've visited has unutilised land all over the place. And so I want them to look at those things. I'm not suggesting you go start chopping up perfectly good parks and bits and pieces, but so far I've found massive areas that have been underutilised. There's parks that have got 3 sheep on them. And so you've got to have pressure at all levels. It's not just up to us to save the money. There's 180 of the bloody blokes who are on local boards. They've got to do something as well for their money. Find some money, save up. So I oppose this utterly, and I just hope that you're all rational enough not to be sucked into this sort of nonsense. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Patterson-Hamblin.
Kia ora. Excuse me. Like Councillor Gillan and actually all of the new councillors, I've sat around local board tables where we've had cost pressures come up that have been to do with decisions and procurement that local boards never had any involvement with, and that's why I do have sympathy for this amendment and why I considered supporting it really seriously. There's, it's been a really tough year or so in terms of having these financial goalposts shift a lot for local boards that have already gone through year after year after year of finding cuts everywhere. But I do represent FO, and that's an area that has been underserved for decades and decades, and fairer funding is the light at the end of the tunnel for that entrenched inequality. And I believe very strongly in fairer funding regionally. I think that the pace of it has created these struggles, and it's where this amendment has come from, and it's why I have sympathy with it. And I'm glad we're seeking to fund the $6 million to go some way towards addressing the pace and the challenges that those paces have had. but any movement away from the fairer funding model, I just can't support, because I believe very strongly in it. I think it's a true regional look at how we fund things. It addresses a lot of those inequities that have been entrenched for a really long time. And so that's where I'm sitting with this. I think it's good that we've had the conversation. It's good that, like, the five of us as well can bring that sort of very, very fresh experience of being on the local board and having those really difficult conversations. But ultimately, the extent to which this now moves away from fairer funding, I can't support. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Just in terms of speaking order, we'll have Councillor Turner, Councillor Fuller, and then Councillor Burns. So, Councillor Turner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm really looking forward to supporting anything that forces back onto us here a demand to look at our operation, to look at simplification, and to make savings which we are not looking at this point in time. You know, there's a situation right now happening in West Auckland, a job there which is going wrong. 2 years ago, I sat in a meeting here, Mr. Chief Executive, you were in that meeting, about this project. There has been multiple project meetings and deliberations in the meantime, and then the project gets underway and it's a total muck-up. And so I reach out just yesterday, got an email, and I find that Mr. Mace Ward looked into it, and he spoke to the assigned project manager, who spoke to the appointed contractor, who advised that the assigned arborist had told them to do it all differently and chuck the plan out the window, because the tree roots had now, the fibrous roots had now crawled into the field that was being shifted. My point is, why didn't we just send the arborist there 2 years ago and get the bloody job done and save a gobload of money? And this is happening on a daily basis. I see it, the public see it, and that's coming out of a full facilities budget of 2.235 billion over the next 10 years, of which we're going to give the local boards some decision making over, so we say. There's a circuit breaker in this place between us, that building at 135, and reality. And this is what we're not reaching down and grabbing hold of. And I really hope that in the wording of the consultation, we'll put back the words, pay the same, get more. That's where the savings are. I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Foley.
Kia ora. Thanks, Chair. I want to refocus us all back and remember that this is about going out to consultation, right? This is about taking this out to the public, and let's hear what the public say, and let's get some feedback from them. We know that the detail and the materials and what that's going to look like, that will come back to us at a later date, as it always does as part of the process. So I support the way that it's worded now. I support and I commend one of our new councillors, Councillor Gillen, for his courage in putting something like this up for us to talk about today. I think in my heart of hearts, we do not fund our local boards sufficiently to do the job that we ask them to do. And we're putting more and more pressure on them to do more and more, but we're not funding them accordingly. And that's why we've got this issue. I don't agree that the fairer funding model is correct, and I think that's been acknowledged by Tamsin in the Mayor's office. I look forward to looking at that in the long-term plan and adjusting the model so that it actually is fairer, because some of the local boards, and I mean the 6 local boards we're talking about under the 6 million that are still facing huge shortfalls. Devonport Takapuna, 600,000. Henderson Massey, 600,000. Mangere Otahu, 1 million. Otara Papatoetoe, 1.1 million. Papakura, 800,000. Upper Harbour, 700,000. Waitemata, 1 million. These are huge numbers for local boards. Not huge in the relative scheme of us as an Auckland council, if we're honest, but huge for our local boards, to whom we give such a small slice of a budget, and to whom we expect such a big return for what we give. I don't think it's free money. Of course, it's not free money. This is ratepayer dollars. It's money that we earn in other ways as well. But it's giving money to our local boards to do the things that we want them to do, to deliver for our communities on the ground where they best serve our people, our residents, the residents of Auckland. I'm going to support this. Obviously, I'm the seconder, but I'm going to support it for all of those reasons. In the scheme of things, 15.2 million is not a lot. Whether we do it through savings or debt or rates, I think the only reason we've taken that out is because of the discussion around the table. And you know, I really think for our new members as well, it's been an eye-opening debate, because on one hand, people started saying it was terrible that we had debts and savings up there. So then when it was taken out, then it was terrible that we don't have anything up there to tell us how we're going to fund it. So that gives you a bit of a taste of what it's like around this table. Welcome. Yes, but yeah, I mean, how the detail of it, that will come back to us in the materials, and I do hope that we will support this amendment. I understand if you don't, but to me, basically, we don't fund our local boards appropriately. We should do better to fund them better so that they deliver better for our communities. Kia ora. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Burns.
Firstly, the Howick local boards worked incredibly hard at their cost savings and asset recycling, and I'd like it known, that after 6 years, some of their ideas and concepts that have been brought to the table are actually held up from council process. So I just want to acknowledge that the Howick local board has worked really hard on looking for savings. Thank you to John, Councillor Gillen, for bringing the amendment to the table. I'm actually very happy that the general feel around the room is our local boards need more support, which I don't think anybody around here is denying. Word of the morning is from Ross, which was complex. This debate and conversation, the questions have been really useful, Lotu, for myself and probably the other new members. And that's what it's all about, in hearing some different perspective. I did want to support John on this, but now after hearing the really great questions and responses, I'm now not comfortable with the amendment. For the following reasons, going from 86 million to 106 million and then adding the other 6 million or so, and then figuring out it won't just be that, it'll be more. I don't believe it's achievable. You'll know I go on about setting targets, but must be achievable. And I think it's good as a team around council that we need to set visionary targets that we can actually achieve, that aren't just made up. I think yourself, John, you identified that we don't even know what those budget options even are. I'm now part of the Value for Money with Victoria and the Deputy Mayor, and that's a big challenge itself ahead, and other people. So we have to look at those budgets and cost savings in itself. We can't consult with the community without being clear, on what that is, because I think what Ross said, it's leaving it too open-ended. So I guess for me at the end, it's the comment that I liked the most was legally, yes, but financially not advisable, and in the annual plan, really, it's not achievable. So that keep coming back to that. I do want further discussions in the LTP. But I do not support the Fairer Funding Program as it is myself, but unfortunately I won't be supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, we have two more speakers, Hills and Ferries. So, Councillor Hills.
Kia ora, Chair. And I just want to go back a bit to, the pressures that have been on local boards, but also the solutions that we've found. So in the first year of last term, there was a $16 million cut up for local boards as part of the $365 million we had to find. And I and others pushed back pretty hard on the Mayor and others, but we put up solutions that were, can we ask the public if we can increase rates? And the public actually said yes. And we reduced those cuts considerably, but we did have to make hard calls. I think 500 staff unfortunately lost their jobs. There was a whole lot of massive changes to how council was working, and what Phil Wilson and others had to do during that time was pretty rough. But we had to make the decision, we had to make the call, and we had to give direction. I think this amendment has now changed a number of times, and I don't know if it 100% makes sense, but what our Chief Financial Officer has said, that it doesn't lend itself to direction. Question needs to be clear for the public on what the outcome's going to be. The seconder, Councillor Foley, just said it might be rates, it might be debt. Well, that doesn't say that up there. I was clear through my questions on the concerns of debt. If we fiddle with debt, funding OPEX through debt and potentially put pressure on our debt rating agencies, it could mean far more money than this here. The impacts on our borrowing when we're borrowing a lot more, and also look at the City of Rail Link, there's a big chunk of borrowing coming on. The other thing is that through the workshops, we asked, or I asked, but I know many others did, I don't know what's going on. Are we changing the amendment again? Is that what's happening up there? Because it's getting more and more confusing. The what's back in again? Savings. Okay, anyway.
Point of order, I'm sorry, but this is under debate. You can't change the wording further.
We've already spoken on the previous version.
I'll keep talking, but yeah, you have to get the vote of the room to withdraw the current amendment. But anyway, I'll just keep talking to it. What I've advocated for in the workshops and before the election and during the time between the election and the swearing in, should I stop talking because there's a lot going on? I can start singing. So what I advocated for to the chair, to the mayor, to Ross and his team, went down to level 15, spoke to them, was to address urgently the funding issues for the boards that we're going to have to cut back on things to address. What I believe the mayoral proposal does is actually address that, and it will be hard, but I'm assuming or hoping in the next 7 months there will be a clear ability for those boards not to have to find cuts. So that's what the 6 million represents. That is what I thought we advocated through those workshops. I hadn't seen this amendment until this meeting. And to be honest, we cannot go out there with another 9 million and not tell anyone how or what is going to be found to do it. Because as we found during the emergency budget, or whatever we called it last term, was a lot of those regional cuts then did affect local boards. And they came back on us and said, hey, don't do that. So I am very concerned, and we advocated last time, we got the budget filled in, the 15 million last year, and the additional funding. Because you've got to remember, this FARA funding was actually proposed to be funded through reallocation, and which I was vehemently opposed to. And to the mayor's credit and others, they turned it around and we funded it through rates. Obviously, there's cost pressures because power, interest, everything else is going up. You know, it was great the last 2 years, but this is a step forward, and I hope that we can figure out over the next 6 months how to reduce the pressure even more. But putting this up, putting a question in that doesn't lead the public into any kind of outcome, and it might end up being that we give a false sense of what that is, because this doesn't lead to anything. We have to be responsible around this table about where money is going to come from and point to it. We can't put Phil up to another, just go find it, because that will mean significant changes to local boards, regional, the public, without knowing what that is. Because as we've heard over many years, that if we don't point to it, the staff are forced to find it without our permission, essentially, to meet audit. So thanks. I won't be supporting this, although I will be continuing to work with staff, much like Julie Ferry last week, on potentially regional approach to pools and leisure, whatever else we can do to help our local boards, but we need to work together to do that in a cohesive way. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Councillor. And just for clarification, I'm very happy that people kind of called me to account as chair around that changing of the wording. The mover came over and actually indicated to me the staff had struck out some words that he didn't want struck out, and the staff had confirmed that they made an error there, so I was just correcting that error, and it was to add in the word to be sourced through savings. Right. It's just there was a mistake there, Shane. So, Councillor Ferry.
Kia ora. In terms of the fairer funding model, one of the first things that the Joint Governance Working Party found when we started working on this last term was that all local boards were underfunded. Some, however, were more underfunded than others, and there was an long-term equity issue about the fact that that underfunding would continue under the previous funding model because it was based on assets. And in the first term of Auckland Council, when I was on the Poketapapa local board, one of the most underfunded at that time local boards, we worked out that that was because we didn't have a lot of the assets from legacy councils that other local boards did. So shifting to something that was more agnostic about assets was a big step forward for a lot of boards. Often boards who neighboured other boards who had got those assets because, as Councillor Henderson pointed out, they might have been the seat of the legacy council where they had their council chamber or where the major town centre was, that kind of thing. But what we also thought in the first term would happen was that over time, a lot of those asset inequities would be addressed because there would be investments in things like the library network, the pools network, community centres, community leases, the physical assets, which would address the equity issue and therefore would also address the funding issue. What we all know around this table, because many of us have been around this or other tables within council for 15 years, others who've been around it more recently have all come from local boards. We all know that those network investments in facilities have not kept pace. And so it was necessary to come up with a different model for funding that was, as I say, more agnostic about assets as the way that we calculated a lot of the funding. So when we looked at it last term, we determined that the pie wasn't big enough, but we would come up with a fairer way of cutting the pie. We remain in a situation where the pie is not big enough. The slices are fairly distributed based on the formula developed last term, but those slices for each local board are not big enough because the pie is not big enough. If we were to go ahead with something like this and putting aside for a moment where the funding comes from, it would actually break the relativities. It would actually mean, because it's focused on the cost pressures, that it isn't keeping those pie pieces the same. It's making the pie bigger for some local boards and not for others. And as a result, I think that sets a really bad precedent for how we would move forward on local board funding. The other thing is the point was raised that there was a concern that it wasn't okay when it said to be sourced through debt or savings, and there were arguments about why debt or savings were a bad idea. And then when it was taken out, people were still against it. Well, that's because we have a responsibility here to put forward options to the community that are practical, that are balanced, that add up, and to put forward something that doesn't say, people can say, well, I don't like this lever or I don't like that lever, but to put up one that has no lever, I think is irresponsible. I want to make the pie bigger. This doesn't achieve that in line with equity, and it actually makes it harder, I think, to do that, and it's silent on how we would actually practically make that pie bigger. So I will not be supporting the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Winiata.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Going back a couple of years when it was mentioned that there would be cost cutting for local boards and that rubbish bins would be removed. It wasn't mentioned at the time when this proposal was put forward that that would be in perpetuity. So there would be a $70,000 cost to local boards that did want to accept didn't want to accept the bins being removed. We thought it was okay. Well, it's a one-off $70,000, but that it was in fact going to cost the Manarewa local board $70,000 a year in perpetuity. So I'm wondering, just trying to remember back through when the cost pressures came up, was this supposed to be a one-off cost because of the utilities cost increase, or is this something that is designed to be in perpetuity? Because if it was just going to be a one-off cost, which we were facing, then I don't understand why it's being put forward to the long-term plan. unless these cost pressures are going to be ongoing. When we were presented with the budget initially, we were working off what was being advised, and then the brakes were applied, saying that there was an amount that hadn't been budgeted for, which was essentially why the cost pressures came up last year. But due to the timing, it wasn't fair to put forward to the boards to find those service savings. And then with respect to the amendment, my perception of this is that the council is just asking for a way in which to find these cost savings for the next financial year. The Mayor advised us not long after we made our presentations or our maiden speeches that, if we did want to have something or fit something within the budget, we wouldn't be getting an increase. We'd have to find the money for it. And I believe that all the council is trying to do is to find the money for this cost pressure as the one-off for what's affecting the local boards over the next financial year. But I will be following up afterwards to see if it is designed to be in perpetuity, because that would be quite concerning if that was the case. Thank you.
Okay. Hang on, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Short.
Thank you. I'm going to keep this short and sweet. But thanks, John. Let's lighten the room up a little. Thanks, John, for putting this forward. I think you've opened up a can of worms. And it is a discussion that needs to be had, but I do believe it's in the wrong place. And I think this is an LTP discussion and we need to have that there. I do want to echo what Deputy Mayor Simpson has said, and I don't believe we should be going against policy and opening up the floodgates, setting precedent. I just don't think it's being financially, I can't even think of the word right now, but we're not being sensible. Thank you, Latu. I'm also really deeply concerned that supporting this will be increasing the more permanent decisions we'll be making long term, and that's not a fun exercise to carry out, as Deputy Mayor Simpson will know. So, like I said, keeping it short and sweet, I really don't think this is something I can support, but I also think this is something that local boards have had to do in the past as well, where they've had to look for savings. I vividly remember back during Rona, where we had to go through this exercise, and we did make these savings, and we did have to slash some of our services, but it is an exercise that can be done. So with that, sorry, can't support this, but look forward to hopefully having this discussion during LTP.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Newman.
I think I might be sort of tall and sour. So for me on this one, I mean, I'm trying to work, the wording's changed quite a bit. So where I fall, I'm totally opposed to the debt facility for OPEX. The exclusion of everything, to me, I interpret as all options open, including a rate increase, which I'm totally opposed to. I'm personally the Deputy Mayor and I will be disagreeing on this. I'm personally quite comfortable to receive confronting advice from the Chief Executive around the savings options and the consequences of that, because I actually think I would like to have that conversation, and for people around this table and the public to see some quite confronting savings that would need to be reached, because to my way of thinking, we've tended to over-rely on savings outcomes that people don't feel, and I think it's quite important actually to receive at least some advice as to savings options that you will feel and you won't like, because that's when you do have those very confronting moments. So, if it is only sourced through savings, and those savings haven't yet been described, I think that some advice needs to come back rather urgently from the Chief Executive as to what those savings would mean. I'm more comfortable with that. So, John, I probably will actually vote for, as I interpret the updated wording, although I still think you're going to lose it, to be honest. But if it is only through savings, I hope that the Chief Executive has that information available shortly. If the amendment does fail, I still think that information does need to come back, because I can assure you that there won't be sustainable savings identified through the consultation, because I haven't yet. I mean, as I said, I'm receiving the rudest messages about my remarks about ferries. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Councillor. And online we have Councillor Fletcher, who may be the last to debate. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. I'll also keep it short and sweet. As I foreshadowed in the discussion earlier today with questions, I am concerned about the plight on ratepayers, and so I think it would be inconsistent if I were to support this without being clear on the funding mechanism. But I do want to acknowledge Councillor Foley and Councillor Gillen for really attempting to grapple with an issue that has been outstanding. So I'll be supporting further consideration of this through the LTP, but I can't support it at the moment. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor. There are no further comments or debate, so I will just put that on voices. Division's been called. So just for those on, those members of the public, division is where we go around and make the votes individually. So they're recorded against each councillor. That we actually use an electronic system, so you will see that briefly on the screen of how people vote. If you need to delve in further, you'll have to look into the minutes once they're published. I'll hand it over to those of you in Resolve just to use that system. If you're having trouble with that, can you please indicate your vote to Sandra at the front?
Thank you, members. You're voting on the amendment on screen, and we'll begin the vote now.
So has the Mayor voted? I've voted. Yeah, there we go.
That is last 5 votes to 16.
All right, thank you, councillors. Now it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and we've still got the annual plan to go through. Now we've done the questions on that. We could just debate that and put that to the vote. My feeling is we probably will continue and have a lunch break after the vote. So I open up for the debate on the substantial item on the annual plan. Are there any comments, please? There aren't any?
No, no.
Oh,
So this is debate on the Mayor's proposal.
Yeah, John.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got a couple of things to say. Yeah. Right, Councillor Sayers, okay, yep. So that was quite an appropriate lead-in, and as some of the councillors mentioned, these sorts of annual plan decisions and rate increases don't come to us in isolation, and none more so than this year. We've had quite a build-up of cost of living pressures that have been well publicised in the media. We've got a government who's got a proposal out to cap rates 2 to 4%, and I think that's currently being consulted upon. As a council, we've had a series of rate increases now over the last 3 years: 7.75, 6.8, 5.8, and I'll say a little bit more about that 5.8 in a minute, because it was only a couple of months ago. This time round, it's 7.9%. With inflation running, roughly around the 3% mark. In addition to that, we've had a pretty steady, if not spectacular, increase in indebtedness. It's gone from 11.1 billion in 2022 to projected 15.6 for this year coming up, and that marks a $4.5 billion increase, and which also equates to roughly $2 million a day in interest. So that's the general context in which this 7.9% comes to us. However, for some parts of Auckland, some wards, it's even far more marked than that. So just a couple of months ago in the Albany ward, for instance, and there are other wards too, not just the ward I represent, the average rate increase was, for both local boards, was over 10%. But perhaps more disturbing than that was the breakdown of the figures of the people whose increases were actually between 10 and 20%. So in the Hibiscus and Bays, that represented 45% of people. 45% of people were paying between 10 and 20%, many of them closer to 20 than to 10. In Upper Harbour, it was even higher. 47% of people were paying between 10 and 20%. So for those people, that represented an astronomical increase. So that the 5.8 didn't bear much relation to reality as far as they're concerned. It was in the context of the revaluation that occurred. But it was also in the context of that wider concern with which the government has picked up on, and hadn't been all that convincing the way they've dealt with it, but they've picked up on that concern with our residents. And it's not just them. We had the Auditor General just this year talking about the question of financial sustainability and talking about long-term plans. They said councils are increasing rates at historically high levels to pay for much needed investment in infrastructure. Councils are also increasing their debt to some of the highest levels in decades. These factors create risk to councils' long-term financial sustainability. So that's not me, it's not the government, that's the Auditor General saying that. And I guess that financial sustainability, when you translate it and give it a human face, it's even a lot more stark. So just a couple of months ago, I was dealing with a deluge of people from all walks of life, superannuitants whose rates had gone up essentially, $1,000, young couples on fixed incomes who had budgeted 7% for the rate increase, but their rate increase had been 18%, and so forth and so on. So the human face of it was really stark. And here we are at this stage, with a relatively unrepresentative salary-wise cross-section of the Auckland community, looking at nearly 8%, 7.9%. So I don't know what I'm really expected to do. Go back to those people who had half of them between 10 and 20%. Oh, well, just tough it out. This might be the last one. It might not. We're selling off our assets. They're going. We're looking to ramp up that. And your rates this time round is going to be another 7.9%. Well, that's not going to be very palatable. And I would have thought that, at least in the mayoral proposal, there might have been some recognition of the human face of year-on-year rate increases. We had the reference to it being a little higher than it would have liked. Well, actually, for those people, it's a little bit more consequential than that. So, yes, we have to go out and consult. I'm hoping people wake up a bit and we have a lot more people feeding back than the 29% who could be bothered to vote, because when it comes to it, they're the ones who are having to come up with this money, and in many cases, money that has increased on average over $1,000 over the last term of council.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Just a reminder, when the bell goes, that doesn't indicate a minute to go, that's 5 minutes, just to be clear. But, Councillor Winiata.
Yes, thank you. I understand that $5.2 million was the utilities cost increase for local boards. Considering that was going towards energy, if energy continues to go up in price the way that it has been, the CRL we're in for a bit of hurt with being electric lines. I wonder if when we start over the years hitting that increase, one, if it's been budgeted for, and two, if we start looking to make to find cost cuts for the CRL, if we start letting go of staff at Auckland Council who are in fact using the CRL to get into the city and things like that. So if we're shooting ourselves in the foot with that, but with respect to advice that goes to local boards, you know, I was the chair of the Manarewa local board, and we were advised that it was just a one-off cost pressure increase, and I appreciate what the Deputy Mayor said, that it's not, and that this is for the LTP. I would implore Council to advise local boards very clearly what they're up against, because if they're being asked to go through a land optimisation plan and look to sell off assets that aren't of any use to anyone, they need to appreciate that the funding from that optimisation program is going to be essentially potentially set for paying for these increases over time, so that they are going to have to be finding the money from somewhere, and that this is their opportunity to get ahead of the game with respect to not having to be penalised in future years. So if that information could be clearly set out to the local boards, because I don't believe that they are actually considering that as seriously as this presents that they should be.
Thank you, Councillor. David? No? Okay. Councillor Patterson-Hamlin.
Kia ora, and apologies for the many syllables in my last name. I acknowledge what other councillors have said, and particularly Councillor Watson's point that we don't represent the financial or home ownership reality of Auckland around this table. We just don't. So I'd like to give a different human face and some numbers and context for the increases that we're talking about in support of this proposal. Auckland has the lowest rate of home ownership in the country, and of those lucky enough to own their own homes, many have mortgages to the tune of $1,000, $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 a fortnight, an additional $4.50 a week, which is the average amount it would be with a 7.9 increase on the rates bill of people like myself, is not going to be what compounds the cost of living crisis. It's pales in comparison to how much supermarket bills have gone up, for example. The impact of increased fees and charges will have a similar impact in a more direct way, realistically, to the majority of Aucklanders. And that's not to say that we take rates increases lightly at all. You know, I understand that there are those who own their own homes mortgage-free who are retired, no longer earning, and that's why the rebate scheme is important. But I think it is worth remembering the experiences and the realities of Aucklanders who rent or have large mortgages, because that is the majority of Auckland. So I'm in support of this mayoral proposal. Kia ora.
All right, thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Chair. I'm happy to second the mayoral proposal key points that will be turned into a consultation document early in the new year, which we will check. I don't particularly like a 7.9% average rates rise, but it should come as no surprise to anyone who was part of Auckland Council last term. It was in the LTP and it was signalled, and I think an important part of the consultation document is to explain that rates rise and why it is the number it is when we come to the consultation document. The average value residential property will go up as a result of that rates rise, about $320 more. Still a lot of money, but it's $320 more. I also, though, if we're going to go to Auckland and ask that, we have to prove to Aucklanders that we're doing everything we can to minimise that. And that's around looking at new revenue sources, getting more from that which we own, and I reference the Auckland Future Fund, the ports, and of course savings. The savings target for this plan will be the second highest we have ever had, only outstripped by the emergency budget when, as you all know, we pretty much lost everything overnight by way of income. So we are going to do our part to balance this. People, you don't have to agree with everything in this, but what we're asking you to do is to agree to go out to consultation and ask the people of Auckland what they think. The detail around that, by way of, as I said, the consultation material will be fine-tuned over the summer, and you'll have a chance to have a look at that and tweak that yourselves come early February. So I'm very happy, Your Worship, to second your key points in this plan, and I urge you all to do the same. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Nguyen.
I mean, I wasn't going to say anything, Chair, but I mean, I do. It is not an unreasonable thing to point out the non-negotiable cost component of the rate increase around the operating cost of the City Rail link, and I didn't. You know, I wasn't on. I'm not sound like Pontius Pilate here, but I wasn't on the council at the time when that agreement was reached. But I certainly would not have been an enthusiastic supporter for the terms by which it was, because it's an operating cost for this council, which is very expensive. So I think it is fair to point out that I don't think anybody around here wants to, in their heart of hearts and in practical terms, impose a 7.9% rate increase. The balance of the increase beyond the non-negotiable City Rail link operating cost is still significant, but it is comparatively modest. I think that the savings will need to continue to be found, but I don't think that it is. I think that we're all aware of how this is impacting on, or certainly I'm aware of how this is impacting on my constituents when I knock on their doors and they tell me about the cost of council. The only thing that I would say to the Mayor and going back to government, as I know that he's consistently doing, is to reflect to the Minister of Local Government that the increase in the cost that Auckland is imposing on our ratepayers is primarily due to the impact of a negotiation directed by central government. And that every time we then get told, well, we're not actually finding the savings and there's waste and all that, narrative, well, explain the savings in real terms, Minister, that aren't going to hurt your constituents, because actually the savings that we do need to come up with will hurt your constituents, and you haven't told us if that's acceptable yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I wasn't going to speak either, but I thought someone had to talk about transport reform. It is the biggest change to the governance structure of the city since 2010. And first, before I just begin with that, I'll just thank the Mayor and his staff for development of this proposal, which I'm happy to support. Look, I'm delighted to see the reforming that we're doing in the transport space, and just welcome the public's view on how they see it best, how they wish to best govern that, because I think we're doing a really great thing here. We're making the transport system more democratic. We're allowing communities to have more of a say in how they get around their own city. And I do add that we're putting this list out to consultation on what a public transport CCO would do. I think we've kind of nailed the list. And that's a huge achievement in and of itself, because it's relied on a lot of staff work with AT as well, to get to a place where I think we're probably about 90% comfortable, and we just need to look at the edge cases. So that's exciting as well. I'm very thankful to be in a position to help develop that too. So apart from the huge change, the other most notable thing I think about this proposal is that we're not having to find huge amounts of money to fill fiscal gaps. And there's been previous budgets where we've had to look for hundreds of millions and having lists in front of us of services that may be cut. and the heartbreaking implications of that for communities and for staff, we're not doing any of that. And in fact, while the rate increase will be felt, it's also it's reasonable when you look at the CRL component of it. And we strip out that non-negotiable sort of lock-in proposal, we'd be on an absolutely standard track, which is what the LTP sets out as well. So I think there's great fiscal responsibility there. I just really appreciate the work and looking forward to making good changes through the annual plan process before looking ahead to the LTP. Now, I'm between you and lunch, so I had a list of the myriad of policy changes I'd like to see us to go further on, things like lowering the public transport weekly fare cap, things like resourcing homelessness more, things like building pools, but I won't talk about that today. I might save that for the LTP. I just end by saying this is a consultation, and I just urge colleagues to treat that with a positive spirit, to continue to be champions of the city and to seek the positive vision from their constituents and the community on how we improve the lives of Aucklanders. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Hills, you might be final.
Cool, thank you, Chair. And yeah, just want to say that it does feel, even though the higher rates are a massive sting to many, it does feel like we're getting on track without having surprises, which the last 5 or 6 years, on track, yeah, the last 5 or 6 years have meant surprises through COVID, through massive inflation, through storms, and everything has been a rush trying to figure out what we're doing, trying to explain to the public what has to be cut and what has to come up. The rate increase is how we fund capital. I mean, that is when a project opens or finishes, that comes on our debt, and suddenly we have to fund the depreciation, we have to fund the interest straight away. That's just how we fund our debt. Yes, our debt is increasing, but it's reducing as a component of our assets. But no one has come up with, as far as I know, a new way to fund new capital. As I always ask Ross and others, that what is the rates rise if we funded it through cash? It's something like 50 or 60% increase to the rates if we funded our capex through cash. If we don't fund it through cash, then we don't do it. And we kind of, at this point, don't have a choice not to do the CRL. It's almost finished. I remember the conversations when we added the budgets to it. As Councillor Newman said, we weren't here when it happened, but you're faced with the decision to add $500 million or leave it as a half-dug hole in the ground that businesses and people have to walk around for the rest of our lives until a council comes up with the money, and we would have lifted 50-50 funding from government. So I know there were people who voted against that, increasing those budgets, whether it was last term or the term before. But as a collective, we have to figure out a majority that will fund the hard things. Everyone has a democratic right to vote for a budget and vote against the rates rise. But if 11 of us do that, we have no budget. So I hope that through this conversation, we can have good conversations with our communities about the need and the fact that if we don't want a 7.9% rates increase, we have to dramatically cut other things, and no one is putting forward the hundreds of millions that we'd need to do, as far as I know, to bring that down. And so we must open the City Rail Link. It would be pretty ridiculous if we don't. So we have to fund the interest and the depreciation and the running of it. Transport reform, I think, will be a massive change for Auckland, but it's not going to be easy. We are all going to have to do a lot of work in that space, and I am excited, as Councillor Henderson, about it, to get our understanding around that and show Aucklanders we are actually responsible for the decisions that are made on our transport network and our public transport. And it won't be easy or nice for many of us, I'm sure, because there's going to be constant pressure on us to make more decisions with less money, or more decisions, and us, Aucklanders, how we're going to fund that. But I will say on a rates cap, last year, if you were a part of a household with the average wage and the average wage went up the average, you paid an extra $1,600 in PAYE to the government. If you're an average household with the average rates, you paid an extra $233. So the government is not having to consult on their budget, but we go out to the public, and so far every time the public has said, yes, we're happy to pay this rates rise, maybe not happy, but we will we will give feedback that we want this rates rise because we don't want dramatic cuts to services. The government doesn't have to do that, yet they took an extra $1,600 from the average household where we billed an extra 233. So it is difficult, but we need more tools to fund things. And unfortunately, that is all up to legislation, as we know as well. So we're stuck in this cycle of trying to do more with the same funding tools. So it's up to all of us to have that conversation with our communities and try and get them to understand the pressures we're under, which are pressures they're under too. So, kia ora.
Good, thank you, Councillor. That brings us to the conclusion of those who want to speak to the item. On that note, I'll put the item on voices. Yep, okay. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against?
Just record against B.
Recording against, same as
A and B, please.
A and B, Councillor Watson? Okay. Okay, all right.
And Chair, the abstention on A, because of the assumptions behind it that I foreshadowed earlier, please.
Yeah, okay, thank you for that. Have we got that, team? Okay, very good. Okay, declare the motion carried. On that note, we'll break for lunch. We'll come back at 2, is it 2 o'clock? Yeah? No, 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock. Let's kick off on the hour. Okay, thank you. The meeting is adjourned to 2 o'clock. All right, I'll reopen the Budget and Performance Committee meeting, and we'll go on to the next item in the annual plan, which is the topic of other rates and fees. The purpose is to seek approval to consult on the proposed changes to selected targeted rates, fees and charges throughout the annual plan. The proposals cover the Waitakere Rural Sewerage Scheme, a refuge bin and bag exchange fee, adjustments to the Rodney Drainage District and a bid targeted rates, an increase in residential parking permit fee and updates on some regulatory fees. I think we'll just get you to introduce the item, Andrew, and we'll kick into it. So, yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon. This report recommends you adopt for consultation a range of other changes to rates and fees and charges that the council is required to consult on if it wishes to make the changes that aren't included in the Mayor's proposal. I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay. All right. Well, look, just before I go to that, I was just waiting for a few more of the councillors to come forward, but just looking for someone to move it and a seconder. Somebody want to move the item? Okay. So the Mayor moving, seconded by the Deputy Mayor, and now we'll go to questions. We'll start with you, Deputy Mayor. Yep.
Oh, sorry, thank you, Chair. Sorry about that. Look, I've just got a question on the residential parking permit fee, and there's been some debate around that, and it's going from $70 to $114. Can you just confirm that that increase is just cost recovery? There's no profit. It's just literally cost recovery.
The fees haven't changed since 2013, and they're set at the $70. The change is proposed to address changes in the cost of administering the service since that time. The level of the fee is set purely to recover the cost of administration. The costs have been calculated in exactly the same way as we calculate those costs for other fees that are set on a cost recovery basis by the council.
And supplementary through you, Chair. So this is a decision made by Auckland Transport, and should we wish to do anything about that, we would do that after the transport reform has gone through. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course you can.
That's while we're on about that. First of all, it compares when we charge for parking, where there's a meter when you go down the road and you put your money in there for your thing there. What does it work out on a per square metre basis of utilising time, and how do we compare that with the fact that when you give these a permit here that's taking up parking space that we might otherwise charge out at? How does it compare with that? Secondly, how does it compare, because I know in my area, if you buy a car park or in your apartment, it's around $100,000 a car park, and $114 return on $100,000 is not a particularly good return. And is there anything we can do about that? Because they've got a cross subsidy from general, it hardly removes it, because general ratepayers are paying to park in the street anyhow. So there's no sort of context about this, and I want to understand what can we really do about this, because it's ludicrously low, even at $100. I mean, for 70, even at $114, it's $2 a week to park in public space. I mean, and you spend more of that per hour just around the bloody corner.
Yeah. So the $114 is probably quite a lot lower than the rates we would charge on a car park. It is also a lot less than you would pay to park there if you were paying for metered parking. It was introduced to when the restrictions were placed on parking in these areas. This was introduced, the parking permits for properties built before that time that didn't have off-street parking. It is a lot cheaper than some of the alternatives that you've referred to. If the council wished to consider whether they wanted to further adjust the charge, they would need to do so next year. At this point, the changes are being considered in the context of the bylaws, and the legal advice is we should look at that purely in a cost recovery basis.
But a cost recovery doesn't recover any near the cost. That's tar seal. There's probably something like $5,000 to $10,000 a square metre in the cost of putting the bloody road there. So what sort of narrow-minded cost recovery is this? Because there's cost recovery and real cost recovery. There's not a free road. It's the sort of nonsense where the taxpayers union said that the cost of the city rail link was only $23 million a year. You've got to actually pay for it. In this case here, that road is land and tar seal and metal underneath it and a curb, and cost recovery would have to be something in the order of $10,000 a year, not $114. So how do we get to that figure? And I mean, what is it the cost of a whole lot of people at the council at AT just collecting it and filling out the book to show that they've collected it, in which case don't do anything and you have no cost to recover?
It's the cost of administering the permit scheme. It doesn't include...
That's cost of administration. What does it actually say in the legislation? Have you read it carefully?
So our legal advice from Auckland Transport's lawyers is that in the context of the basis on which the fee is set at present, it can only recover the direct administration and overhead costs associated with the activity. Certainly you are correct that there are broader opportunity costs, but we're not in a position to consider those at this point in time, but could do so
But I think that we've just agreed that we'll have cost recovery of the city rail link on the basis of the running costs, the interest associated with putting it up, and the depreciation on it. Now, every car park is roughly 6 by 2.5, so it's 12. It's about 15 square metres per car park. So, and we've probably put in at $10,000 a thing, $150,000 for that car park, which compares to $100,000 in the thing there. And you're saying we're only going to recover the administration. If we could get away with running a CRL just on the basis of administration, that'd be bloody marvellous, but you can't. We've got to recover the costs. So I want to make sure that you're absolutely right about this. It's not just us interpreting it our way, because well, I've just had a look into the other sections here, and we require resource consents where we didn't need to have a resource consent. So I want to be absolutely sure that with that, because 140 is not even worth bloody recovering, really. Be far better not having them and just giving people fines. It costs you $150 to go into a bus lane, although you can park in it for $70, which also seems insane. You can drive into it for $150, but if you park there, it's only $70. So if you're going to stop the traffic, you might as well bloody well stop it.
So this will raise 300. So this would raise $360,000 that would otherwise have to come from rates. We certainly think it's appropriate to consider and advise you on the potential to recover some rental or opportunity costs, as you've suggested, which clearly from some perspectives is quite material. However, we can set this fee, and we've been advised in relation to Section 150 of the Local Government Act that on the current bylaw basis, we can only do so to the level we've advised here.
Well, a grown-up person would advise us to change the bylaw, not the bloody cost of it each year. And so I think your normal dry as a dog biscuit approach here has let you down this time. I think, and we're going to consult on this. We're not setting it, we're consulting it, is that right? Well, let's consult on a fee of 11,400 a year.
There's a message of love and respect, by the way, Andrew.
Can you just...
I realise, but
reminding you that we only put into consultation that which we can deliver on.
we can deliver on it because all we've got to do there is change.
No, it's not.
I've now learnt, no, he said it's a bylaw. You pay attention. We're learning things by asking questions here. So we found that a dopey bylaw results in a massive subsidy of people who otherwise would be paying, $14 an hour or something to park in Ponsonby at the moment. So you can park for about 8 hours on the street for the same price as you get for a year. It doesn't seem right to me, especially when I've just had lectures from people about how we're pushing up the rates too much because we're not recovering funds everywhere else.
It's only $3.50 an hour, not $14 an hour. It's only $3.50 an hour, not $14 an hour on the street.
Just need to keep a little bit of order.
Be careful, mate. Even at that price, the comparison is ridiculous. On a per hourly basis, this one here, it's down to about 2 cents per hour over the year.
Officers did consider some of the opportunity cost and comparative rentals when exploring this issue with our colleagues at Auckland Transport, but identified it as something that will be better for us to work on further for next year, given our legal opportunity.
Well, given that we're going to get this sort of stuff back, and we're going to have 6 months sorting out what's wrong with everything they do at AT, excepting driving a bus, then I think it's time to start working on some things or other which make more sense. This makes no sense to me at all. And so I would like to see that when we do the consultation document, that we raise the question, because part of my mayoral proposal is about the fact we're going to be having changes to the way we run CCOs. And so in the consultation, you can put in there that under some stupid rule, just $140, but under normal, rational economics, that's nowhere near enough. That's my point. Please do that.
We will.
Okay, Councillor Gillan, you had a question?
Thank you. Just a question about Part 7, the recreation and leisure centre fees. Could you give me some examples of what the changes are? Because what's in the report is very high level. So I'm after some specifics, please. Sorry, apart from the inflation increase, I understand that there's other parts.
Leisure fees.
Yeah.
In terms of the leisure fees and pool facility fees, I can see that most of them relate to lane hire, and some of them are aquatic class for adults, and some recreational tent passes. Yeah, mostly they relate to those fees, but there are some other miscellaneous ones that get changed, proposed to get changed as well.
Are those changes increases?
There are some increases, mostly increases. There are some decreases as well.
The reason I ask is because I know that in the past, where increases have been approved, to go back to the local boards, if the local boards don't agree with it, they actually need to offset it with their own OPEX because it's already been factored into savings made by council. So I just want to check, is that still the same case here? So you're putting forward some increases, but if the local board disagrees, that they will have to actually put forward the OPEX to cover it.
Yes, local boards will need to manage all the budget impact from these changes. That's still the case.
Yeah, so this is an example of cost pressures. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lee?
Okay,
just signed off a document that's with the expectations of a 7.9% rates increase on average. And now we are going after people, householders, who are parking outside their houses with a 60% increase in the fees. I take that that's on top of the rates increase.
This is a separate fee for the parking permit.
On top?
So it's...
Yeah, okay. Can you, with all due respect, the streets that these people live on have been paid for out of rates going back decades. They park on that street because they have a right to. They paid for it already. But so we're putting that on. Can you give us the geographical area? Because it seems that some people will be charged the swinging increase and other people's not. Other people won't be paying it. So can you give us a geographic focus? I suspect it has a lot to do with the ward I represent, at least the city part, but who knows? It could extend all over the place, couldn't it, on the logic of this?
Paragraph 32 of the report notes that the parking permits apply in the areas where there are restrictions on parking during the day, which are Arch Hill, Eden Terrace, Freeman's Bay, Grafton, Greylin, Herne Bay, Mount Eden, Newmarket, Parnell, Ponsonby, Remuera, St Mary's Bay, Takapuna, Devonport, and Parliament Street, Auckland Central. Now, obviously, it's components of those areas and not all of them.
You can see my concern then. If now that you've mentioned the actual areas, you can see my concern. Thankfully, people on Great Barrier are not going to be charged for parking outside their house, but who knows what will happen in the future on the logic that you are arguing for in terms of this charge. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Ferry.
Okay, kia ora. So on the residential parking scheme specifically, I've had a number of constituents raise interest in getting one in their area, and AT have been very reluctant to even investigate, and I wonder if part of that is about the fact that this hasn't been cost recovery. Have we had an indication from them that if we put it up to a cost recovery level, they're more likely to look at them? Or is that just not information you have? Oh, sorry.
Through the chair, John Strawbridge, GM of Parking Services. Makes my voice much deeper. Yeah, John Strawbridge, GM of Parking Services for Auckland Transport. So we'll look at each area on a case-by-case basis, and we do that, and we review the current areas frequently and survey them. A lot of it is to do with occupancy levels within the area, and also what restrictions are in place around particular areas, town centres, or as Councillor Lee alluded to, some of the areas, Ponsonby, Greylin, Arch Hill, those sorts of areas that have older properties that don't have any off-street car parks. So that's one of the key things that we're looking for when we investigate the viability of a residence parking zone. Just a point on the residence parking zone, it is an exemption system. It's not, it doesn't, it exempts them from the restrictions, the time restrictions that are in place, and it allows them to find that opportunity to park in their street.
Thank you. So is it, in terms of the cost, so this has been a loss for operating these residential parking schemes, has been operated at a loss currently, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So it's effectively a subsidy to people who are accessing the scheme and therefore have more chance of getting a park on their street than people who don't have a permit, is that correct? Sorry, there's a double negative in there.
Sorry, could you just...
So effectively, because the cost has been lower than, because the fee has been lower than the cost of providing the service, we've effectively been subsidising the people who do have a permit.
That is correct.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions?
It was,
Yep.
sorry.
Okay.
And it's more to clarify. This is, as is done all around the world, a parking permit for people to make sure there is car park access for them, like it is, because otherwise these car parks would be full of shoppers only and residents would not have access to that, or they would have to move their car around every 2 hours, right? So this is a paid permit, I guess, to allow them to not have the requirements that everyone else does.
Yes, and it's only available to properties that were built before a certain date and those properties don't have off-street parking of their own. So it's limited.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? If not, thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Step back from the table and we'll just go into any comments. There being no comments, I'll put that to the vote on the voices. All those in favour, aye. Aye. Against?
No for the parking charge increase.
Okay, noted, councillor. Okay, declare that carried. Right, move on to the next item, which is 4.5. This is to do still around the annual plan. This is with the Mangere Otahuhu Local Board and Otara Papatohi Local Board's services targeted rate, wanting that to go out for consultation. I'll just ask the officers to come forward. I'll just cover the purpose. The purpose of this item is to consider the recommendation from the Mangere Otahuhu and Otara Papatohi Local Boards to consult through the annual plan on the proposals to introduce a Mangere Otahuhu Local Board local services targeted rate and a Otara Papatohi Local Board local services targeted rate to fund the local activities operating expenses in the Mangere Otahuhu and Otara Papatohi Local Board areas. And we'll get, obviously people have got the paper, Renee, but if you'd like to introduce and just cover any key points for us. I also understand, perhaps once you've done that, we'll open up for questions of you from the councillors and members here, and then we'll understand the local board chairs would like to present to us as well. So I've given them that opportunity after that. Then we'll go into our general questions, councillors. So, yeah, Renee, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Rising operation costs for local board activities have led to a situation where the currently allocated funding under the new funding model is not adequate to cover the costs of the previous planned activities and services for some local boards. In 2025-2026, the governing body provided a one-off extra funding to ease the transition from local boards to the new fair funding model. Workshops were held with the affected outgoing local boards in August and September to show areas where cost reductions and or revenue increase could be considered to balance the budget for 26-27. One of the areas for revenue opportunities presented at these workshops was the local services targeted rate. The current local boards workshopped these areas of cost reductions and revenue increases in early November, and then their local consultation content, including the targeted rates, between the 25th and 27th of November. Local boards resolved on both local consultation content and recommendations for targeted rates at meetings between the 2nd and 4th of December, with the Mangere Otahuhu and Otara Papatoetoe local boards recommending targeted rates. The introduction of a local targeted rate requires the governing body to agree to consult through the annual plan process. The local boards will continue to consider the 26-27 budget and funding agreements in the first half of 2026, which may identify savings or revenue opportunities that will partly or fully balance their budgets. Additionally, ongoing refinement of budget costs and revenues, including the outcome of the mayoral proposal, may also change the level of funding required for them required to maintain the services. Consulting on a local service targeted rate to provide the full level of funding required to maintain existing services provides the local boards with the flexibility to make the full range of decisions once it's considered feedback from consultation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Right, Renee, thank you very much for that summary. I've just got a mover and second, and then we'll go into any questions for you, which I understand the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor are doing. Yeah, happy to move and second. Okay. And then, did you want to move it, Alf? You can move it out. I thought you were just signalling me to do it.
I had indicated to Councillor Foley if she wanted to move, and then I second in regards to it. But that's up to you, Councillor Foley.
Okay, so who's the mover?
I had indicated that earlier, but...
Are you moving?
Councillor Lotu will... Yep, move in second.
Mover? Mover? Seconder. Okay, thank you. All right. Okay, I think that's appropriate. All right, very good. So are there any questions of Renee around the paper? Yep.
Yeah, just the Mangere Otahu local board already have a targeted rate for their pool and their leisure centre, don't they? Yes. And
sorry, both Mangere and Otahu who have targeted rates for aquatic services.
Okay. Obviously, the local board sees this as a better way to proceed in terms of fund local activities. Could we just have a little bit more detail as to what those activities were? I know via Councillor Filipaina how well the other targeted rate has worked in their ward. So could you just give us a few more details about these activities that will actually be funding?
Thank you. The chairs from those boards will be talking to the rates, but we also have Aaron Matic here to help answer any questions relating to the rate as well.
Through the chair. For those who don't know me, my name is Aaron Matic. I'm a policy advisor in the financial policy team. My job at the council is to provide advice on rates and fees and other matters. In regards to the proposals from the local boards, they are generic targeted rates to fund local services in the local board area, and specifically it's to fund, to maintain, or to provide funding to maintain the services in the areas, their respective areas, given the outcome of the fairer funding allocation. It generally funds all their services so that they get the opportunity to make decisions through the process as to how they want to respond to those pressures, or if indeed they need to ultimately when the council does make its decisions next year. The existing targeted rate funds free adult entry for the swimming pools, and that is specific just to that activity. The local boards themselves had the opportunity to consider whether to combine the targeted rates into one or keep them separate. They've both decided to have them separate for now, so that they can have a clear communication and engagement with the community around what the targeted rates are proposed to fund.
Thank you, Councillor, for your question. Councillor Filipaina? No? Okay. Councillor Foley?
Kia ora, thanks, and you answered some of my questions there. I just wanted to ask, so the Mangere Otahu Local Board, they have chosen to go with a fixed rate, and that's at $47.11 per average household, plus so that's just for the local services, right? And the pool is still separate, the pool rate. How much is the rate for the pools and how much would that be together? Are you able to give us that information?
The existing rates vary between the different local boards, but I think it's around $37, $38 at the moment for the swimming pool entry, and this one would be on top of that. So yeah, so it's combined, it's in the $80 mark.
And percentage-wise, how much? And this is all on top of the 7.9%, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so it's about an extra 2-3%.
It's around it depends on the rates that the current ratepayer pays, but it's around 1.2%. Yeah.
if this might be a question for the chairs, I was going to ask, what's the alternative to the targeted rates? If they don't, because this is in order to meet the shortfall, right? The 1.1 million for Otara Papatoa and 1 million for Mangere o Tahuhu. If they don't put a targeted rate on, what's the alternative for the local boards?
The alternative for the local boards, as mentioned in my introduction, the local boards had workshops where they were given advice on cost cuts to in their area. Some of those included reductions in library hours, reductions in maintenance levels, particularly for bollards in parks. There is also the possibility of charging, for these two boards, charging adults to swim from outside of the local board area, because they're currently subsidising those adults outside their local board area with their other targeted rate. Those were the main things there.
And just last question, we heard today from Tamsin, from the Mayor's office, that we may find a way to cover that $6 million shortfall. If that's the case, will the local board still need this targeted rate, and is there some flexibility around that?
I think that we would have to defer to other colleagues for that. I can see Ross is going to answer that question.
So by consulting, that gives the local board flexibility. So if there are ways to solve it without the need, or if there's no risk of cuts, then they don't have to proceed with it. But this gives them the flexibility to, if there is a requirement, to find savings later in the process as part of it. This gives them the option to use the rates lever. If they don't consult on it, they don't have any flexibility.
Kia ora, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your questions. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And sorry, you two, I was just, seeing your plan, I was just going to... my question is, are you sure these are the only local boards wanting a targeted rate?
Thank you for your question. We went to the local boards without any additional funding with these options. So the 7 local boards that don't have any additional funding as part of the fairer funding model in this year. And this option was put to all of those boards. Some of those boards indicated before we went to their business meetings that they weren't interested, and another couple of boards had the report on the agenda also and declined to recommend the targeted rate.
Thank you for that. I just know that my local board was considering a targeted rate, and they probably have no idea, because it's a new term, that they have to get it in and say yes and what for by a certain time. And I'm just conscious that maybe I'd hate to think they could miss out if they don't realise they've missed out, and you haven't gone for all 21, you just asked those set number. So I just wonder, is there any flexibility between now, noting it's a horrifically tight time frame, to ask them before we do the consultation document? Was that too late? Have they actually missed the boat?
Kia ora. This specific targeted rate is to cover the cost of current services. I believe you're speaking above the Orake local board. They currently have enough funding to cover their current service levels, so this targeted rate specifically wouldn't apply, but they may want to consider a different targeted rate, and therefore that might go through a longer process to identify what that targeted rate would be for, and Aaron can talk to that.
Yeah, it was for a different thing. It wasn't for the same targeted rate, but I was basically opening it up to, if a local board wants to do a targeted rate, what's the process and how should they go about it, and do they have to wait for the LTP?
So we constantly work with local boards on queries around targeted rates. I personally go out and give presentations whenever requested to do so. The issue around additional services for targeted rates isn't so much about the targeted rate per se, it's what the board wants to do in terms of its program of works or its projects that it wants to invest in. That usually requires quite a bit of investment and time from the local board to create that program, and it requires some certainty before we get to the targeted rate kind of area. I personally know that ORAC the last term went out there and we saw them about and had a discussion around targeted rates, but there are also other local boards who are considering it for various other options, and we're more than happy to support them in developing that. But again, the main area which they have to focus on is really what is the additional investment that they want to provide.
Through you, Chair, I just think then that maybe, not now, but in the new year, that we send a notice out and say, look, if you're thinking about it, it's got a bit of a long lead time. Obviously, it's not ready for the annual plan, but if you are thinking about it, please work with staff so that we can be prepared for the LTP. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Thank you for your answers there. Your Worship.
I would like to congratulate Mangere Otahu and Otara Papatau for paying more attention than the people in Uriki, obviously.
Hey, careful.
But there you go. And I'm pleased that they are asking these questions and not just putting their hand out for money, they're just doing something about it. So my question is, when we do our consultation, will we just, or rather I hope, will we be asking the people of Mangere Otahu to consult about their one, and the Otara Papatau about their one, or are we going to invite everybody in the whole district to have an opinion on what should happen in Otara Papatau and Mangere? Because I think it should be just a local, but I could be wrong. That's my question.
As part of the local consultation content for both of those local boards, there will be specific questions asked to the people who select those boards when replying to their annual budget consultation. So they will be directed at those local board communities, but also anyone who wants to reply to those local board community questions. We also there may be a section in the consultation document that also talks to all the rates, and so there may be a secondary question on that, but I would have to defer to that team when that's been created.
So you're just confirming that the people of somewhere else can't interfere with what the people in those two areas want, is that right?
I might defer to Ross on in that case.
So when it comes to rate, we have to, consult with or make available to all of Auckland anything to do with rates, even like the Rodney drainage rates, which only a very small number of people pay. Anybody can write in if they're interested to make a submission. That's part of the process. But we will target our consultation and engagement on the particular areas. But if anyone who wants to make a submission is able to.
We should make that clear, because I don't think that the people in Rodney's sewage processes are the business of somebody living in Ponsonby or even somebody living in Albany.
Okay. So we'll obviously get the feedback and we'll put what weighting we want on it, but did you have something to add?
Yeah, I was just going to say to that point, after consultation, this will go back to the local boards for further consideration before it comes back to the governing body. When it does go to those local boards, it will split out whether that feedback is coming from local board residents or outside of a local board when they get the opportunity to make their decision, and that will come through to you ultimately from the local board. So to your point and to Ross's point, because it is a rate, it is something that is a technical change to our funding impact statement, which means that we have to consult on it. But because it's targeted at those local boards, there will be specific questions in the local board material, and there will be that data captured for the local boards when it considers them.
Okay, so in the consultation material, can we make it a bit plain or clear? Because I noticed in going through the local board information about the mayoral proposal, some of them there was 2 or 3 things that didn't actually affect their areas. Quite a lot of the local boards had no opinion on all those things, and some of them had opinions on things which were nowhere near them. So, and I think it's because those people, not because they had opinions, but they felt that they had to put something in the box because we're becoming such incredible box-ticking humans that you don't feel comfortable if there's nothing in there. We can have a bit here. You don't actually have to fill every bit in, would be helpful. Thank you.
Hopefully that's helpful. Okay, Councillor Patterson-Hamlin.
Kia ora. Could you elaborate for me what you mean by a generic targeted rate? Because I thought they were antonyms.
Yeah, so a targeted rate can be used to fund an activity or group of activities. In this case, what we're talking about is it generically funds the group of local services activities rather than being used to fund other activities like the regional activities. So specifically, this is to fund local services generally, but in that local board area only. So it gives the local board the flexibility to make those decisions as they come up, rather than tying it to a particular activity, in which case if the cost pressure comes up in a different activity, then they're caught out. So this gives them a degree of flexibility, but it'll also be something that they'll be able to include in their consultation materials each year.
That will be expressed in the consultation material, yeah, that nuance there. Yeah, cool. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. Councillor Turner.
No, my question's been answered, and I lost the opportunity to make the point. So the boards don't get, if they have a targeted rate to deliver on their normal maintenance, they don't get any procurement control over that, do they?
Currently, the maintenance contracts are decided by the governing body. There are decisions local boards can make within those contracts, and there is a new contract being set in 2027 as a P27 project, which I believe gives local boards more flexibility to make changes to that contract.
Okay, that's a bit different to how I've learnt at some workshops, but going back to my question, so if a local board puts a targeted rate in place to cover the shortfalls in their area's maintenance, that money really just goes to the pot. And, you know, like, because a targeted rate has to be applied to the target, and it can only be done for the people who pay the targeted rate, correct? So how do we inside, you know, the full facilities program of delivery, how do we determine all that?
If I can maybe try and help. So the process here is that if the local board decides to have a targeted rate such as this to provide local services, that targeted rate, you know, must be used for those services in that local board area. So the local board will have governance oversight. It decides on the service outcomes for which it's used. But then the actual decisions around signing procurement contracts or entering into employment agreements, those are, you know, management decisions that are done by management with that governance oversight from the local board. So local board directs what the money is used for, but not the nitty-gritty implementation.
But am I correct in my understanding that the problem we've got with the FAIRA funding is that once we introduced it and it was more regimented, we discovered that there was local boards who were already overspending, and that had been covered by the governing body, by our full facilities regional part of the contracts, and there was movement taking place in the funds to sort of just get everything working, and that's when the FAIRA funding came along and tightened that up, and all of a sudden they realised, oh shivers, we've been overspending in this area anyway, and it was getting overlapped with this regional part. So if I'm correct in that, all I'm trying to say is that it seems like we haven't got any processes that can actually make sure this money's going where it's being collected.
So the targeted rate, having a targeted rate, means it's a legal requirement to track where that money goes. It can only be spent in that local board area. In terms of FAIRA funding, I guess the key change is that now everything is local. All of all of those local services, all the community services, parks, community facilities, all the costs are local and under control of the local board. That is a change. The cost pressures we're talking about are new pressures that have arisen since the fairer funding formula was set. So that's, rising maintenance costs, rising electricity costs that have occurred over the last couple of years. So those are new cost pressures that have emerged.
Okay, thank you. And I'll be quick to reiterate so we still have the situation though where we have this calculation where if somewhere's got a swimming pool and the two local boards next door don't, and though we consider this people are commuting across the boundaries to use that pool, we have this calculation where we share out that funding across the neighbouring boards, correct?
So the FERA funding says funding is based off population, so it doesn't look at the assets. It looks at, here is your funding based off population with a bit of deprivation and land area. And so the issue around multi-board services measure, that's something that we'll look at in terms of a new model going forward for the LTP. But the current FERA funding model, the funding is allocated primarily on population. And that creates issues when, the cost of running assets goes up.
And traceability problems. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Any further speakers? No further speakers? Well, thank you very much. So what we'll do now is we'll invite the chairs to speak, and we'll have the opportunity to speak to them. I just thought, Walter, since you're online, we might start with you. I understand you haven't got a presentation, a PowerPoint presentation to run us through, but obviously everyone's very keen to hear from you, and welcome, and thank you very much for joining us. So I'll hand it over to you.
Kia ora Chair. Ngā mihi atu kia koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. I have been listening in and some of those questions and appreciate and thank our officers for assisting in trying to present what the proposer that our board is. So appreciate and thank you for the opportunity. So I'm here on behalf of the Māngere Otahu Local Board. To outline our request for consultation on the local services targeted rate. We are proposing this because our board continues to face sustained pressure on funding for our core local services and community programs, and those were some that were highlighted by our officer earlier on with one of the councillors fully in regard to your question. Now, the board has carefully reviewed options and determined that a small targeted rate is the most responsible and transparent way to maintain service levels that our community relies on. We are proposing and we're asking the governing body that we consult on introduction of a local services targeted rate of $47.11 per separate usually or inhabited part per year, excluding zero-rated properties. This would raise approximately $1.05 million directly to support local operating activities in the 26-27 year. One of the questions was asked were what are those some activities? We have extensively met with our units, from libraries to parks to all our teams in regards to local services. And what we've found is we are having to target little like library hours or parks or little things like that. So rather than trying to diminish we're struggling as we are at the moment to meet those requirements for our community. So dabbling into more of those to cut those hours, it wasn't viable for our board to do so. And we didn't want to affect our community as it's already been affected over time. But importantly, the existing swimming pool targeted rate will continue to be separate. And we make that clear to our officers that to be transparent and to allow our community to distinguish what the pool's rated is. So this enables funding to help maintain frontline community services that we already had this covered, programs and facilities that our residents constantly tell us they value. Without this additional revenue, we risk service reduction that would have a significant impact in our community, particularly our most vulnerable household. Today, we are simply seeking approval to consult on this proposal as part of the annual plan. Consultation will ensure that our residents have a clear voice in shaping how local services are funded. I am aware that some of the questions were regarding some of the questions, and we will work along with our officers in regarding those questions. That's the time that I have to put this proposal and seek your approval, governing body. Thank you for considering this opportunity, and welcome for any questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Walter. And thank you for being willing to take some questions. So I'll just ask the room now. Are there some questions? Any questions? Yeah, okay. Well, there are some, Walter, so we'll send them through to you. Councillor Foley.
Yeah. Kia ora, and thanks, Chair, for joining us. My question is, I can see that your board has chosen $47.11, so that's the fixed rate per issue IP for all properties. Just being mindful that there were other options that would have meant, like, because that rate, when I've looked at the table provided on the papers, that's going to have a higher impact on low-income households. Could you explain why you went with that option and not one of the other options that might have spread it out a little bit more equitably across properties and businesses?
So, through extensive discussion of the board, we landed at that, and we saw that was yes, there were other options, but that option there was will allow us to maintain our services. Again, we seek to consult with our community if they have or say otherwise, and then we're happy to listen. But that's the stance that we as a board. With some of those options, yes, I think we're in that the environment that our community is struggling, will continue to struggle, but at this point, that is the best option that we have to ensure that our services for our community are maintained at that level that we have currently.
Kia ora, thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Okay, Walter, that's it from this. And again, thank you for joining us. And of course, you're welcome to stay dialed in if you want to hear how the vote goes. Very good. And thank you again. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Kushma, if you'd like to just... Kushma, if you'd like to introduce yourself and present to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Kushma Nair, and I'm the new chair at Otara Papatoe Local Board. First time to be in the local board and first time chair. Yes, basically, I'm here to speak on the recommendations that we have put through as a board for the cost pressures that is also being suffered by Otara Papatoe Local Board. And basically, looking at the options that we had, we believe that fairer funding is there, but it's not fair to the Otara and Papatoe area, because we need about $1.1 million to cover. Now, the options that were put through to us, either we cut services and introduce fees on some services, like pools, and also look at maybe rates, a mixture of everything. But the options that we looked at was, if we cut services and then increase the rates, that would basically bounce back on us, because that's not fair to the people of our area. And as you know, we are in a lower end with our population in Papatoe and Otara, where people are struggling, and that will be something they will not consider favorably. So for fairer, basically to be fair, we have taken the option of putting a target rate. And we appreciate that the mayor and the councillors have signaled that there may be financial relief to mitigate our pressures. However, we want to keep the flexibility in our increased decision making and get feedback on using our local services target rate to maintain the service levels for the 26-27 plan. Now the challenge, there's a lot of challenges we have as a community in Otara and Papatoi. We have services that we have been advised if we cut services, I mean, we already have a problem with meeting the services. We have to do maintenance around the parks and basically the trees and all that. And also maintenance in our assets, which has been not kept up to date so far. And also rubbish dumping and things like that that's occurring every time around our parks. And also, we have been having community engagements and working with the community to maintain the services and things around the areas. So, looking at what we chose was the minimum figure of $27.17 increase, because that is to put across both the residential and commercial areas, rather than lumping it on to residential dwellings. Because we looked at it that if we go on that path, at least we are able to look at covering the shortfall. And also, because the council does have options for residents where we can postpone rates or we can give rebates. And for the businesses, we can see that they may be able to claim the GST back on the expense. So that way we have decided that, this will be a 0.84 targeted rate for the residents. And in fact, we reluctantly support the proposal on average rate increase of 7.9% for the average value of the residential property. However, we ask for equitable and fair distribution of services for our area, noting that many of our assets are in poor condition relative to other areas. So keeping up with bare maintenance within the existing budget is a challenge. So we want to engage with our communities for them to understand the challenges around the local services. And on that basis, basically we are thankful that we have been given an opportunity to come up here and talk to all the councillors, because we are all into this together, and we believe that our communities need help to be able to, do things better. And that is my recommendation to the budget committee to look into that. And we do want consultation on this from our people, the community, and see what feedback we get. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. So that was a concise presentation, very clear. Thank you for that, and thank you for coming in. Are there some questions? There are some, so Councillor Foley.
Kia ora, thank you, Chair, for being here today in person. As you said, your area and Mangele o Tahu local board area are areas of high deprivation, where people are struggling and really facing the cost of living crisis disproportionately more than other parts of the city. So my question is, and it might be just for you to just explain a little bit further, why are you putting a targeted rate on? I know that people around this table don't like to put rates on their communities, which is maybe why the other local boards haven't gone down that route. But if you could just explain a little bit better in terms of the choices that your board had, why you ultimately chose a targeted rate, an extra cost on the residents. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Foley, through the chair. Basically, looking at, the other options we have, either way, we have to, get consultation on this. But we looked at it, if we lump it to the residents or we cut services, it was not an option to cut services and ask for increase in rates. Or, if we are basically doing both, cutting the rates and asking for them to forego certain services, like, we were talking to about library services being cut. Now, if that happens, that means it's not only about cutting the services of the library, but also the livelihood of certain people in the libraries that do provide an excellent service around the area. So that we sort of was not an option. Plus increasing or putting a rate for swimmers. At the moment, we have got a targeted rate on the pools, so the adults swim free for the area. So if you put a cost on the adults for swimming in the facilities, so that will also be a problem because we think that they are already paying for it. So how can we ask them to pay another fee? Now, we were considering maybe introducing the fees to out of the area users. And that is something still under consideration. So, but we decided to put this rate in place so that we can work with them, because we had a very little time to basically plan on this because of the requirements. So we said, okay, we will plan the whole amount, but we will look at where we can achieve savings so that we can bring it back. And that's the reason, I mean, we chose the minimum amount rather than lumping it onto the residential ratepayers only. Otherwise, that would have blown up their basically budgets as well by a big margin.
Kia ora, thank you. And if we can find the $6 million to cover that, would you consider then reducing the targeted rate or withdrawing it completely?
Well, I mean, basically, if the thing is, if we get that money to cover, then we may not have the need to put the targeted rate in place. And, that will be something that is basically our fiduciary duty as, elected members of the council to save the people and, make sure that we take care of them. And it is something that we need to consider. And as a responsible people, I think that would be something good, because times are tough, as I've said, and not everybody will be happy with increases in the rates and things.
Kia ora. Thanks,
Thank
Chair.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. Thank you for the answer. Are there any other questions? No, there aren't. So, Kushma, again, thank you for coming in and presenting to us and for fielding those questions. Much appreciated. Okay, so if I go back to the substantial now, and we'll just have a look at that, and if there's any comment or debate on it, please. Yep, Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I just want to say thank you to the local boards who've put their hands up to do this. Well done. From my perspective, if this is by the community leaders, that is something that is what they want. I'm more than happy to support the targeted rates from these both for these local board areas. And I just want to say congratulations to you. Thank you for being bold and to come in and speak to us today. Happy to support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Speaking order is Councillor Filipina, Councillor Gillen. Yep, okay. Alf.
Tēnā koe hea mana. Tēnā koutou katoa, and also to the Chair, Māngere Otahuhu Local Board Whakalowhara Yatu, and to the Chair of the Otara Papatoetoe Local Board, Nissan Bulavinaka, Kushma. Chair, I firstly just wanted to acknowledge Renee and Aaron in regards to the work that you have done with both local boards. This was discussed with both Councillor Foley and I with the first meeting we had with the Otara Papatoetoe Local Board in regards to things that they could do to assist in regards to the fairer funding model. Chair, I'm not going to talk that long, and that's because it's going out for consultation. I look forward to the result of that consultation. There were two things I'm going to say. I'm going to say very quickly in regards to you, Councillor Watson, around John, around the targeted rate for the swimming pools. It's been 12 years now. It got put in place in 2013, and it's going really well. I mean, I'm not a rich person, but the homes that I have in Māngere, paying that targeted rate just allows our community to end up free access to the pool. So in regards to that, it's going really well. Councillor Turner, I know you mentioned around people coming from one area to use the swimming pools for free. Just want to let you know that everybody gets scanned, and if they're not from the area, we then send them back home. No, we don't. But yeah, if they come to use the pools for free, so be it. It is what it is. So, Chair, I just really wanted to acknowledge the staff and the two local boards, and also Councillor Foley, because I know that she's been doing a hell of a lot of work with the two local boards, so kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gillen.
Thank you. I'd also like to thank the two chairs for presenting today. And look, my apologies that all local boards actually, but particularly the 7 most adversely affected under FAIR funding, have had to spend so much time and effort, and the staff as well, so much wasted money really in trying to find ways to overcome the amounts that they're missing out on the FAIR funding formula. So look, thank you for putting this forward. But I fully expect that you won't actually need to have these targeted rates in the end, because of course we're going to find the $6 million to cover these boards. We probably could have found the $15 million to cover all of them as well. But look, I will be supporting this going through, just on the slim chance that we don't get to that. The slim chance that we can't find it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Foley.
Yeah. Kia ora, thanks, Chair. I just want to add my voice to commending the local boards, o Tara Papatoetoe, Māngere, o Tahuhu, for making this brave choice. And it is a brave choice because people will remember AT did their deprivation index some years ago when I was chair of the local board, and it came out that the o Tara Papatoetoe local board is the area of highest deprivation. Māngere o Tahuhu local board not far behind. I think Manurewa is second, and then Māngere o Tahuhu is third. So these are areas that are struggling the most in our city. These are areas for whom the cost of living crisis has existed before the cost of living crisis was a term coined around the whole of this country. And they feel it disproportionately more than other areas, which is why the local boards back in 2013 came to the governing body for the targeted rate for the swimming pools. Because for us, the pools, it's not just a nice to have, it's a really essential facility where if you go there at 5 a.m, you'll see our disabilities community using it for their essential exercises in the morning. You'll see our seniors there as well. You'll see our schools who don't have swimming pools coming there every summer, and it's packed out every summer, our schools using it day in and day out. And you'll see our homeless community as well. We don't need orange in our ward because our swimming pools are purpose-built so that our homeless community have somewhere where they can go that's clean, a beautiful facility where they can have a shower, look after themselves and get some leisure time as well for free. So in that spirit and in that communal way of thinking, I'm not surprised that our local boards, o Tara Papatoetoe, Māngere o Tahuhu, have again taken this step to find a way through those shortfalls, because they do not want to cut essential services to our community. The libraries, for other people, maybe the libraries is a nice place to go, but for our community, especially now post-COVID when everything is done online, we have the lowest uptake of home internet in the country. In o Tara Papatoetoe, Māngere o Tahuhu. So the library offers an essential service. You'll see our communities there doing their IID stuff, applying for MSD, ordering their medicines, because a lot of doctors now, the waiting times are too long, so you've got to do it all online. And our library assistants are, they have this job now, the scope of their job has expanded so much because a lot of it is helping our community just to navigate everyday life. So I totally understand why the local boards have taken this step. And I know it's not an easy step because it does mean extra costs for our very, struggling communities in o Tara Papatoetoe and Māngere o Tahuhu. And I wish that we didn't put them in that place. I wish that we didn't put them between a rock and a hard place. Because I know that this is not an easy decision for both local boards. But I know too there are no easy decisions for any of those local boards. If they don't do this, it does mean they have to cut services. It does mean that people will probably lose their jobs. So I'm hopeful that we will find that 6 million, but also hopeful and looking forward to the future conversations about adjusting the model for us going forward, because we just can't keep doing this year in and year out. So I just end off by commending the local boards one more time. Of course, I support this begrudgingly because I wish that we didn't have to have this, but we are where we are, and so I'm happy to second this. Thank you, Chair. Kia ora.
Very good. Thank you very much. Any further comments? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? I'll declare that carried. Thank you very much. Item, I think it's 4.5 now. Oh, no, 4.6. Oh, I've got it tagged here. There we go. Okay, letters of expectation. So I'll just outline briefly before I introduce this a bit more heavily. Well, when we get to the questions, because we've got a number of CCOs, I'm going to take those questions in chunks. So if you've got questions about any of the CCOs, we'll take questions about the Auckland Future Fund, then I'll take questions about water care, then Tātaki Auckland Limited, and then Auckland Transport, just so we can group them and have the right people answering the questions. So just to introduce the item, the purpose is to approve the content for inclusion in the letters of expectation to substantive council-controlled organisations for next year. Alistair, you'll just run us through it. I also see there's a G up there, which maybe you could just talk us through as well.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe if I just address the G quickly now. Each year, the CCOs, as the limited liability companies, we pass a shareholder resolution in lieu of holding an annual general meeting. A few years ago, when we got the delegation to Phil to sign those resolutions, we named all of the individual CCOs, and then we went and created some more. So we're just asking to extend Phil's delegation to sign that resolution to the Auckland Future Fund Limited, which wasn't in existence when we first got that delegation. That's just a sort of slightly technical bureaucratic matter, which we're tacking on to the end of this, but maybe if I get into this substance of this report, as the Chair said, we're looking for your approval for the content of the letters of expectations to go to each of the CCOs. The letters of expectations guide the drafting of the statements of intent from the CCOs. This won't be your one and only crack at it. Following the finalisation of the letters of expectation, the CCOs will draft a statement of intent, which will come to you by the beginning of April, and you then get to give shareholder feedback on those draft statements of intent to ensure that it meets your expectations before you finally approve them, probably around July or August next year. Normally, we would look to workshop the content of these letters of expectations with you, but due to the elections and time getting committee structures in place and the mayoral proposal out, we haven't had time. So we're just bringing these to you now so that we can ensure they align with the content of the mayoral proposal, which was debated and agreed for consultation today. So the proposed content in the letters of expectation is drawn from existing plans and policies and strategies that Council has, as well as other existing expectations, also from the mayoral proposal, and this year various government reform processes, whether they're transport or water, is also weighing fairly heavily on the letters of expectation. Look, I'll just go through, as usual, we've got some general expectations for all of the CCOs, which is set out in the report, which is largely just continue delivering year 3 of the LTP, but also work with us through the preparation of the next LTP process. And a big part of that is coordinating the planning and delivery of infrastructure across Auckland. We've also got a general expectation about upholding Council's Treaty of Waitangi obligations and delivering on achieving Māori outcomes plans. the rest of the sort of general expectations are set out in the report. I'll just, me and the team will now touch briefly on the specific expectations for each of the CCOs. And in terms of the Auckland Future Fund Limited, it's very simple. Maintain or increase the real value of the assets in the future fund, i.e. just keep making money, please. Short and sweet for them. In terms of water care, they're in a slightly different space in terms of water reform. Their existing statement of intent effectively stays in place until the new water services strategy is delivered. But we're just asking water care to work with council as we develop the water services strategy. Again, aligning the planning and delivery of their infrastructure with the rest of the council group, implement the Auckland water strategy, and that a reminder that whilst water care is financially independent of council, it is still accountable to you as the governing body of this council. In addition, within water care, we're looking to amend a couple of the specific KPIs in their statement of intent relating to water consumption. I'll leave those there. Do you want to do questions at the end, Chair, or should we?
I think it's up to Sarah and Claire. I probably thought maybe you should just run through your bits and then we'll take the questions. Yeah.
Through you, Chair. Thank you. Yes, I'll just speak to Tātaki Auckland Unlimited. So their draft letter of expectation, the content continues similar themes from last year and is consistent with the Mayor's draft proposal for the annual plan. So broadly that sits around supporting Council's strategic direction for destination and major events, noting that'll be part of the new economic development strategy work that Council's in-house economic development office will be leading, and Tātaki will be a key part of. Successfully implementing their expanded role in event activities, so that includes obviously the continued rollout of the Auckland Council Events brand that you may have seen around, and also the shared regional events calendar. And we're also asking Tātaki to contribute to work that again has been raised in the Mayor's proposal around how we approach the public spaces in the city to activate these and make it feel safe and welcoming, and increasing the people that come visiting and using those public amenities. A continued focus on funding major events with a focus on cost-benefit analysis, so using those cost-benefit ratios that we had in place last year. Continue to support Council's strategic direction for Stadia in terms of the objectives that Council's endorsed earlier this year, stadium investment objectives, and helping contribute to the development of a stadium network investment plan. That'll be an important part of the next LTP process. Continue to lead the Alliance of Cultural Funded Council organisations, so in partnership with the museum, MOTAT and others, which is looking at a range of shared metrics and shared services and that sort of thing, and asking them to report to us regularly on that progress. And finally, to support the Mayor's Tourism and Hospitality Forum, which was established earlier this year. So that's the key ones for Tātaki.
Very good. Thanks, Sarah.
Tēnā koutou katoa. I'm Claire Gomez. I typically look after Auckland Transport and City Rail Link in the CCO governance team. So I just wanted to highlight, we're taking suggesting a slightly different approach for Auckland Transport this year, and that is because with the reform occurring next year, it's actually going to impact on the timing of the draft statement of intent and final statement of intent. We expect legislation to pass in March, and then there is a 6-month transition period, and then the Transport CCO, which will be focusing on passenger transport, will be in operation from that point. So what we are suggesting to Auckland Transport, and we have discussed this with them, is that they take a two-part approach to this, drafting their statement of intent. The first part deals with those activities and functions that will, at the end of the transition period, come back to council, and then they can just kind of drop off. And then part two will look at the public transport components, and that will then be their enduring statement of intent for the year. And hopefully that process means we won't have to go through a modification process throughout the year. If legislation changes and things might happen, we might need to modify, but this is a more sort of efficient way of managing that. Also, for the avoidance of doubt, we are saying that this letter of expectation runs from basically once it's issued through the period. So that helps them sort of be clear on the get ready, you know, the transition and what is expected after. Look, the report aligns with what was in the mayoral proposal and what's been discussed already today, so I'll take that as read, but happy to answer any questions.
Very good. Well, thank you very much, team. That's excellent. So as I mentioned, I'll take questions in kind of lots. Are there any questions around the Auckland Future Fund for the officers? If not, are there any questions around the water care? Okay, if not, Tātaki Auckland Limited, any questions? And finally, Auckland Transport, are there any questions around the statement of intent? Very good. We've obviously covered it very well, so thank you very much for that. If you step back, would somebody like to move this? Okay, Lotu, and no, and you'll second it, Desley? Yeah, okay. So Lotu, you move it. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I don't remember moving it. That's all right. Like to share it around. So, okay, that's excellent. So we'll go into any debate. Any comments? Yeah, thank you, Councillor Turner.
Just make that one comment that the letter of expectation going to water care, of course, is only for 12 months, isn't it? Up until when the regulator changes the position of accountability, correct?
Right.
Should have asked this in the question, shouldn't I?
It's for 12 months. I mean, it continues to be a CCO, correct, Alistair, and so there'll still be a statement of intent. It just sits alongside other regulator requirements. Am I right?
But there will be changes. There is structural changes, is there not?
For water care, the accountability document will change from being a statement of intent to a water services strategy, and that's a process that will be running and needs to be finalised at the same time as the LTP signed off in June 2027. He says getting his years confused in his head, but I think that's right.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you for indulging me being late. I keep going back to the conflict between who's the boss of water care these days, and when I sit in the board meetings, I see a real tension there between what the government representatives are talking about and what we seem to talk about at this end. So our letters of expectation, well, I think water care might have an expectation that our letters of expectation won't have so many criteria in them anymore. Would that be right?
I think your point about who's the boss, let's be really clear. Auckland Council still owns water care and their accountability is to us, but they are in a regulated industry where they've got both economic regulation and quality regulation from a couple of government bodies. But ultimately, water care is accountable to us. In terms of the level of detail that we might provide to them in a letter of expectation, I think it's fair to say water care's got enough going on their plate at the moment. They've got working with Te Mata Arawai and the Commerce Commission, etc. So we're not being overly prescriptive in what we're asking, and a lot of the what is being asked for is already established in previous decisions of council, i.e. deliver the water strategy and work with us to help coordinate the provision of infrastructure, particularly to support growth.
Thank you, I think.
Okay. All right. Any comments, debate? Okay, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Declare that carried. Right, thank you. Now we're on to the last item for the day, team, which is the Infrastructure Funding and Financing Amendment Bill and rates capping. Michael Burns will speak to that. Now, I'll just introduce the purpose, Michael. Purpose is to delegate authority to the Group Chief Financial Officer to approve a technical submission on the Infrastructure Funding and Financing Amendment Bill and approve an update on the process for the government's targeted consultation on rates capping. Very good. Okay, Michael, so we've obviously got the paper which is up on resolve, but if you'd like to speak to the item, that's fine.
Kia ora koutou. This report addresses two items of local government reform coming from central government. The first is a proposal to make changes to the Infrastructure Funding and Financing Act. This legislation was introduced last Tuesday night and referred to Select Committee, and then on Wednesday morning the Select Committee set a deadline of the 23rd of January for submissions. That's why we're coming to you somewhat late today. The purpose of the bill is to simplify the legislation and make it easier for users to provide easier to be used to provide solutions to infrastructure issues across the country. The changes have been informed by feedback from councils such as ourselves and others who have been investigating the use of the legislation. The bill is largely focused on technical issues, and therefore our recommendation is that you delegate to the Group CFO to approve a technical submission on the bill. The second item is rates capping. So this has long been signalled by the government, but details only became available when the government made its announcement on 1 December. And the next step is targeted consultation with key stakeholders. And as part of that, the Department of Internal Affairs wrote to the Chief Executive on 3rd of December. That letter, which has been attached to this report, included a 2-page fact sheet and some focused consultation questions. This has been followed up by some initial discussions between council staff and the DIA on what details are available about the proposal. So some of the key points that have become clear through this that we know so far are that the capping would cover all rates. So that would include targeted rates, even those such as local targeted rates or business improvement district rates. That water services don't seem to be included. So that would be both water care charges, but also any potential stormwater targeted rate. And the limits are on the price component of the rate. So therefore it would exclude the additional revenue we get from growth in the ratepayer base. So it's just similar to the measure that we normally use with you anyway, the rates increase to existing ratepayers. Some of the questions that are being asked of us are around how the limits would be calculated. So that includes things like the economic factors that they're proposing to use. They're asking what would be the impact of this on major projects. And also about regional variations. So, should it be different for high growth councils? So the DIA require feedback by the 4th of February. And so while that feedback would be largely technical based on the questions that they've asked, the overall proposal itself is inherently political. And therefore we propose to bring our response to the governing body's first meeting of the new year on the 3rd of February, so that you can consider that before we submit. So following that targeted consultation, of course, we would expect a further opportunity to provide input through the regular Select Committee process for legislative change. It's just also possibly worth noting at this point, although not included in the paper, is that another item that the government are currently consulting on is the replacement of development contributions with development levies. Again, we're at the stage of trying to build an understanding from the materials they've provided of how this scheme might work and the impacts on Auckland Council. Consultation on that is due on the 20th of February, and therefore we will look to bring our submission back to this committee on the 18th of February with a briefing or drop-in session for members earlier in the month. So happy to take questions.
All right, and Michael, could I just ask to help give us guidance? Today isn't about discussing the merits of a rate cap. That's not what you're seeking from us at the moment, because there could be temptation from some members to think that that's open for today. So could you just give us some guidance on that? It doesn't sound like what you're after.
So our understanding is that what the DIA are looking for from us through this consultation is feedback on the technical components of the proposal. So they've given these couple of documents, and they've also reached out to us for to engage and discuss the proposal. So we expect our feedback to be largely technical, but obviously the general sense of a rates capping, this committee have already or the governing body have provided some feedback on that, and we'll look to include that in our feedback.
Okay, all right. Well, just to get the item live, I'll move it. Do I have a seconder for it? Okay, Deputy Mayor Simpson. All right, now we'll just take any questions. Yep, Ken and then John.
Thank you. I'm scrambling through. I just thought when I was reading all this stuff on the weekend, I thought somewhere here I saw that this we were going to negotiate or take our feedback to the local government NZ. Is that correct?
So for the rates capping item, the government are engaging in targeted consultation. So they're picking who they want to discuss that with. Local Government New Zealand are one of those parties, but since Auckland Council are not a member of Local Government New Zealand, they've come directly, and because hopefully we're quite important, they've come directly to the Chief Executive here.
Oh, good, thank you. I thought we were dipping out.
Okay, thank you. Speaking order is Councillor Watson, followed by Councillor Gillen.
Let Councillor Gillen go before me. I'm just trying to find something.
All right, no trouble.
Didn't
Oh, wrong John. Okay. All right, John, we're back to you, mate.
No, it was just to follow up on the kind of throwaway comment of Michael there about, and I think you've made it clear in respect of the rates capping. Do we have a workshop or something? There was some passing conversation. But we're not actually getting the opportunity to feed into that. I'm basically saying I don't think we have had a proper consultation or discussion about that. There was some offhand comments. Can you just clarify that, Michael, please?
There had been some discussion in an earlier governing body meeting, but there hasn't been a chance. It's only come out in the past week and a half to have any kind of workshop on this, and with the first meeting being the day before our submission, it's unlikely we'll be able to find a chance, but we'll have a look at what other opportunities we can to distribute draft materials or something in January.
Okay, I guess just my concern is I'd like to have a look at it in a bit more detail. So I don't think there's been a party line that's been robustly communicated yet. So that's just my concern that we're not putting in anything formal, but it doesn't sound as if we are. Yeah.
Okay, and there's a GB on the 3rd of February, isn't there? Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe.
3rd of February, that's very unfortunate. That short week before Waitangi.
Yeah. So just to clarify, this isn't a formal submission process. All that will come later. This is DIA have asked LGNZ, Auckland Council, and a few others give us some technical views on how the cap will work. So we will do some work on that, and we'll bring that to the governing body on the 3rd of February. It's due to the government the following day. It's a very tight time frame, but that is kind of what government said. That is the opportunity. Normally we might just do this on a technical basis, but because it's rates capping, we know it's really significant, and it's not just for staff to give a view on this. It's quite fundamental. So we will bring that to the governing body on the 3rd of February. You can have a say there, and if we can do some engagement ahead of that, that's great. But bear in mind, it's a pretty tough time of year to get people involved. But we'll do the best we can.
Richard.
Thanks, Chair. I mean, and you said this is not really time for debate, but how do you know what you're adding into the submission? Because obviously once the submission is kind of written, it's hard to unpack it on the day, on the 4th of Feb.
I suppose what we're looking to do is to work with the DIA to support them in getting something that could work. Now, the overall merits of the the scheme kind of conceptually, probably we wouldn't want to address through this process, and maybe, as Ross said, that comes later on through the formal submission select committee process. But at this stage, it's working with the DIA. We're also raising with them a number of key questions we have that we're looking for answers on, and they relate to things such as impacts on our debt and bonds and things.
Yeah, through you, Chair. That was going to be my next question. So I had some questions earlier about debt and what that does. This itself, as far as I can see, is part of what we learnt through Three Waters, is that essentially us being sovereign and independent and being able to rate gives us good borrowing ability. But even if we were to stay under the cap, just the fact we are constrained would mean our debt is suddenly more risky or higher costs, which actually could add to rates? Is that?
That would depend very much on the specific scheme that they bring in. We've, like I said, we've started conversations with the DIA, and we've raised this. They've definitely been clear that through their advice, that's not the intention, and that they would look to see what they could do around that, and ensuring that, you know, it didn't end up impacting credit ratings, but that's kind of to be seen.
So, both of our credit rating agencies, S&P and Moody's, have considered the government announcement and had a look at it. They haven't taken any action yet. Standard & Poor's have been commenting pretty much all year on sort of a weakening institutional framework across local government, and the clear view is this doesn't help the credit rating. This makes things riskier, not less risky. But they're taking a sort of wait and see approach. They'll see what this means for council budgets and debt projections as things unfold.
And just a reminder that you've given us at least a broad direction in terms of that final step of negotiation around the regional deal in this matter.
Yes. Will we be asking about the structure of how the regulator, or whatever they're calling themselves, will do it? Like, I'm assuming the public will think it's a yes, no, but I'm imagining it could be a no, you can sell the port, or no, you've got other options. Like, how will we know what it looks like on the other end? Because I think if we said, yep, we've got a storm, and they're going to definitely say yes, but if it's, we're going to look at your other stuff and decide for you where you can get money.
Those are kind of all the details that we kind of need. We'll be asking questions. Some of this is the government asking us, how do we think it should all work? It's kind of early days. There isn't a really detailed policy document or draft legislation. It's kind of there's been sort of broad policy announcements, and now they're seeking questions. It's an opportunity for us to put our views forward on how some of those things work. And a related question that's come up in the New South Wales context is, how long does it take once a storm happens or event happens? How long does it take to go to a regulator and get permission to move or have an exception outside the cap? So there's all those questions and how it works that is still an evolving process. So this is just about some initial feedback on some key policy points. There will be further details and proper submissions process further down the track.
Will you ask if this means that they will take up large projects like the City Rail Link, for instance? Other councils get 100% funding for projects like that. I mean, this is an example this year that we will no longer, as a council, be able to decide to do a big project ever again under this model. Like, will we be asking that sort of level of, like, I just really want it black and white on what this means.
I think we'll be seeking that sort of clarity, recognising what Michael's talking about. At this stage, we're talking about some technical reflections on how would this work were they to do it. So again, you'll have an opportunity, we will have an opportunity to submit more into the substance, the policy settings and what have you in terms of the scheme in due course. Not quite at the moment.
And last question, kind of cheeky. Will you ask them if they will need to run a balanced budget like we have to do renewals like we have to, have an asset management plan like we have to, consult on our budgets like we have to, or is that too far to ask
Or
the government?
in a 30-year infrastructure strategy and a 10-year budget.
I think that's rhetorical. Thank you, Councillor Filipina.
Tēnā koe hea mana. Tēnā koe Michael. Look, I don't know, and I'm looking at B, but also 19 around the variations in extreme circumstances that are in the report. My pātai is, it's in regards to a discussion, and I think it may have been an open around any exemptions in regards to the legislation. Now, I know that this submission, according to the report, is around technical information. So the process for the targeted consultation on rates capping, is that post February the 3rd, where we will be having a discussion as the governing body or any of the committees of the whole around possible exemption?
Possibly the questions that the DIA have asked do include the last question about any need to account for variations between regions. We think that may be an area we can talk about the impacts on high growth councils and the other exemptions, such as in the case of a major weather event. Ross has already spoken to and has already asked the officers the question of how long will it take to get an answer. And so in the case of an event. So those sort of exemptions have already been, are included within this. This process is not the process that would look at, for example, Auckland Council being exempt or outside the scheme. That would be a different process, whether that's through a later submission or through the regional deal.
Okay, yeah, because I'm not talking about exemptions as indicated in 19. I'm talking about exempt from it for us to have an informed conversation to put our submission in regards to rates capping.
So this targeted consultation is they've asked us a small set of questions. They haven't asked us that one, would you like to be exempt? They've asked how this cap should work. So you might want to make those kind of points, but this process is kind of quite narrow in scope.
Thank you, Councillor. Member Nataka.
Tēnā tātou kia ora. Thank you, Chair. I've just got, so on behalf of Haukura, this issue is, there's a lot of interest there for Haukura. And I just note back in your Māori impact statements, in the first line there was may affect Māori interests. So all of a sudden it is something quite significant to us. We've got some questions here, but what I'm hearing is that there are still things that need to be worked through, details that need to be found. I just kind of wanted to ask at which state will you be engaging with Haukura so that we can participate in what the submission process looks like, or seeking confirmation that that will happen? Thank you.
So that is actually on the first part, the Infrastructure Funding and Financing Act bill, that's the one that has the particularly tight turnaround with the 23rd of January. And there are a few lines that we are trying to get clarity around that relate to Māori land. So we are working away on that and looking to engage as much as we can, probably initially through Māori Outcomes team within Council, and then, if possible, with Haukura.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No other speakers to it? Okay, all right. I'll put the motion there. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against? All right, declare that carried. Thank you very much. Well, that was the last item. So just look, in closing, this will be our last Budget and Performance Committee meeting for the year. So I guess it's, just to wish you and your family and your friends a safe holiday period. See you back safely here in the new year. And of course, this budget process is pretty major kind of milestone to have got through today. So there's a few people to acknowledge, and we probably need to start at the mayoral office, and to thank the chief of staff and the staff in that office for preparing the papers, along with the mayor's support from the deputy mayor. So thank you for your efforts in that regard. Thank you, councillors and local board members and the members of the Independent Maori Statutory Board for your participation today in making the decisions and taking us forward and taking Auckland forward in terms of this consultation process. The staff in attendance, thank you very much for your support. And I guess I'll just sign off finally by thanking the people at the top table here, the Chief Executive, the Chief Financial Officer, Duncan, and Sandra. Thank you very much for supporting the meeting and making it successful. On that note, I declare the meeting closed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.